you facing a wall?
So I didn't have to see her coming at me.
She's slow as shit to do it right away.
She does really like me. I'm not even the one that's sacrificing these goats. I'd watch it.
No, he's massaging my feet, and I have no battery.
Oh, well, I guess that's it.
Because you had to just sit there and look at a wall. I want to point out, I told you I was a coward.
I mean, die. Whatever. Shoot me.
Here, Abby. Just stand on this point and try not to die.
Guardian, down.
Alright, good job.
the cross map. Oh my god.
Just remember, if the grass isn't always greener, it's probably because I walked through it.
Everyone follow me. Everyone follow me.
I'm in the middle of shredding files, please.
You wanna go to the small office?
Into the kitchen. Everyone into the kitchen. This is Ryan's workspace.
What are we doing in here? I thought we were supposed to be productive.
What's the audible meeting?
We're having a little get together.
I just want to show you guys Dash's workspace. He's been secluded to the closet. If you misbehave, you'll go there next.
I feel like this could have been an email, but okay.
Lock my room?
Come on, guys, you can do it. Kill them. Let me have their flesh from my own. Yeah.
For PvP. That's annoying.
As I was retreating, I accidentally pulled the scarab, so I had to back up.
Oh, two groups. I don't like
No, it's Tyro. I called him back.
Oh.
Oh my god, Tyro's group is just wrecking them.
No. Oh.
The Bog Brothers clan were finally destroyed.
Yeah.
They knew they would not be the last.
I did it. Got the key.
I hate this film with all my being, for it has done the cruelest thing. It has revealed the dark truth. This life that I cling to has no purpose.
Dang, what the heck was this movie?
Space Wars. Rise of the Spacewalker.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Space Wars, the big science fiction franchise?
Yes, I believe it is important to understand modern media diets.
But that's the movie that gave you your personal crisis?
Mind your tone. Do not think me a fool. I know it was not high art.
Hey, it's the house skeleton. It's a tiny skeleton. Did you see the fish I caught? It was that big. Sure, buddy. Earlier when I was kicking it, he'd just stick his mustache out. Also... remember, see it, smell it, sort it. We're not going to talk about it. He wants to eat you for breakfast. Oh, I got it, it's fine, it's fine. Here. There you go. Hold on. Oh, it's dumb. I knew it! He's gonna kill me. Yep, I knew it. No. Quick, put glitter on it. Yeah.
Chevette.
There was nothing there. Did you see that?
Uh-uh.
Whoa! He tried to flash away.
Nope, that's that Heimer.
Give me it! Give me it!
Nice.
Ah!
Easy money.
Oh.
Aww.
Oh.
Cheesed it, guys. Cheesed it. Yeah, no, like, if you need me to do that, then say something. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, like, by all means. You won't, like, you know what, I'll even do you one better. Ish. How's that? Is that good enough? Should I like... Oh. I mean, I could go the rest of the stream like this. It's fine, right? It's fine. I'll just make myself small. It's okay. Nothing like it's fine. Wow, super dramatic me. Like, car chasing? No. In-person chasing. Where the guy is going through obstacles and stuff. Like jumping buildings. That kind of thing. That's kind of... So I thought... I can't play Ashes. I am actually... Ashes. We would do another favorite game. It had an update. Also, it looks like Diving got an update, so I might do that depending on how long this. Where are you? That Brent. Yeah. Two of them? It had two of them apparently. I was also thinking, of rearranging things. Like, maybe not having... I really like the lava lamps, but if we don't have the tombstone, yeah. It's almost done. I was also thinking of that thing that I did during the thing that I did during New Year's with lights and stuff. I was thinking about doing that. Like adding it back. We'll see. But now I can be in the middle. I think I need to filters a little. Moving this that do anything? Oh, that does. Okay. Yes. Oh. There we go. There's definitely nothing green here. Although I'm a little... Right. There we go. That seems a little better. Oh, but now I'm a ghost. Solid mass now. Okay. So here's what I was thinking. An application. What's... Oh, okay. Oh. No. Bam. Maybe I should change. Yeah, you can't see what I'm doing. It looks like... Ooh, okay. Let's put that on top. Let's see. Right. Okay. So good. Source visibility, yes and no. Okay, so let's test this. Say I'm playing game. Ooh. Playing game. Stuff happens. Something happens and I die or whatever, or like my model goes away. I can be like, damn, right? Oh. Okay, so maybe a multifunction? Multifunction, probably, okay. Let's delete that. Delete. No, you're not gonna see. What? I'm not. Okay. Maybe not that one. Oh, that's good. Collection. In collection. Ads in 5 minutes. In okay. I did this before, but I don't exactly. Multi-action. Multi-action. Okay. Then we'll switch scenes. Right. Adding the oh. Okay. So that works. Oh no, Ska, blah. Amazing. Okay. Can I unselect it? No. Okay. So then I have to... Okay. Then I have to go in and... Oh. Right. Hmm. Oh, we'll test this.
Yourself to savings this week at Walgreens.
Okay. How do I do that? If I do that action. I go here. Here. Go there. Need a way of turning. Well, I'll figure it out. Things finished downloading. So let us a game. Okay. Music. Oh. Okay, I can put dude. We did the Blood of Troy. Spanish Night? Of them. Which couples? Spanish Nights, because I haven't done that one. We'll do Fathoms. Not take two. I might end up. I finished, I promise.
Hello, Samuel.
Hello. This doesn't matter. Man, he takes really good notes.
evening, Chief. You doing all right? You sound a little down.
In truth, my friend, I have been dreading this evening.
How was that?
I appreciate your taking the time to point out my cognitive distortions, but there are some elements of my past that are especially painful to sort through.
Hey, we were both bad guys, Andy. But we're not anymore, and that's what matters.
This is true. Cognitive distortions are by nature illogical, but I have you to help me clear them up. You should decide what distortions you'd like to focus on tonight so that we may begin our work.
Ew! This is gonna be interesting. And
I think these will suit me fine. Lay it on me, boss.
we'll see.
It is time for me to stop delaying. I suppose you might be able to guess what aspect of my past is giving me such distress.
You're thinking about Heinrich Kramer, ain't you?
Yes, my actions 600 years ago bring me no end of shame and regret. I have never truly processed what I did. I have sought to distance myself from Heinrich Kramer, but that is exactly what Edmund Keane tried to do with his past. I am no different from him. I will summon my emotional strength and accept my part in Heinrich's development as a monster.
So that right there said that I could have done something. I didn't have to thing.
I believe the 1400s were my worst century. I had professionally killed so many by then, and I was so good at it that murder seemed meaningless. I no longer felt that dark adrenaline that accompanies life-taking. I felt nothing. If I no longer felt anything at the taking of a life, did life matter at all?
Poor Andy. His feelings are getting in the way of his thinking, I can tell.
If I no longer...
Boss, your feeling, or lack of feeling, didn't make reality. How you felt about the value of someone else's life didn't amount to a hill of beans. Heck, maybe that was unemotional reasoning.
Or perhaps anti-emotional reasoning. Yes, I projected my emotional emptiness onto the world. In order to combat this feeling of emptiness, I transitioned from a simple vampire into a far more terrible monster. I became what is known in modern times as a troll.
Labeling. He's labeling.
I have observed many trolls throughout history. It is a common fate for those who fail to find purpose. Ironically, it is often those who are most privileged who become agents of cruel chaos.
Oh, like that billionaire fellow who runs all them companies but spends all his time being a low-down varmint online. I'm blanking on his name.
Did he also happen to purchase one of the biggest social media websites in modern history?
I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with the man.
I think that'd piss him off more than anything.
It makes sense for a mortal billionaire to act in this way. Being so powerful yet feeling your impotence on a global stage is a strange kind of pain. Heinrich Kramer was such a man. I was doing business in the southern regions of the Holy Roman Empire when I met him in a tavern. He was drunkenly ranting and raving about the sin of Eve, how women were the cause of all evil, that witches surrounded us. He had gathered quite an audience, who delighted in egging him on to sound even more ridiculous. By the end of the night, he was spouting some nonsense about how breasts were chest horns, and that all women possessed a sacral hump indicating a vestigial tail.
Wait, what? Was this fella serious?
It was like a stand-up comedy show, but with more vomiting and misquoted Bible verses. But I was very old already. I saw through the humor to the true hatred beneath. I cannot believe I ever saw value in such a fallen one. I ought to be ashamed.
You didn't think I'd miss that should statement just because you said ought instead of should, did you? There's only one man assigning that should, and that's you, Chief. You're the one shoulding all over yourself.
Shouldn't all over yourself.
You speak truly. I have conjured up quite the should storm.
Yep, you're shoulding all over the place, but we gotta wipe that up and see things as they are.
The metaphor is getting a little too visceral now. I will continue. Heinrich was already an influential friar in the Dominican order, with ties going all the way up to the Vatican. But his hatred was childish and personal. His persecution of witches failed because he seemed entirely petty. I functioned as his mentor and press relations manager.
Wait, so you were a warrior, an assassin, and a PR guy?
Is it so ridiculous? Assassinations are often public relations moves. Dictators have their critics killed for professional reasons, not just personal ones. Anyway, I turned his rambling manifestos into something more grounded. We made a scholarly appeal to Pope Innocent VIII to condemn witches, and he was only too glad to issue a papal bull.
Oh, so what you're saying is that you're the reason for all the witch helped the guy.
What's a papal bull?
It's a memo issued by the Pope to alert Christians to new positions or doctrines of the Church. In this papal bull of 1484, the Pope condemned those who consorted with devils, incubi, and succubi, and those who cast spells.
It does sound like a bunch of bull.
You are not the first to think so. This papal bull was largely ignored. Pope Innocent VIII was not a well-regarded pope. At this time in his life, he was a frail old man, mostly surviving on the breast milk of teenaged girls. He was far from a spiritual authority.
Oh, yuck. I'm starting to see where the Puritans came from.
The late 1400s often mirror our current times, I find. Intensely concentrated power does terrible things to men, especially when they feel threatened. Heinrich was intensely disappointed when this papal bull did not result in the widespread persecution of women. I encouraged him to intensify his efforts. Had it not been for my encouragement, perhaps...
I think you're laying too much of the blame on yourself, Chief. Yeah, you played your part in Heinrich's evil doing, but he did too. Maybe if you hadn't encouraged him, someone else would have. Or maybe he didn't even need any help. You can't know.
It is hard to imagine that he would have achieved his goals without me, but perhaps you are right. I cannot know. It is very easy to assign myself all of the blame because I can control my own actions.
Well, that's right. And you can't control Heinrich's actions.
See how the student becomes the master? Yes, you are correct. I could not control Heinrich, but I did help him. It was at this time that I offered Heinrich the chance to dedicate his immortal soul to his dark work by taking it from him. The supreme, delicious irony of welcoming a hateful man of the church into eternal darkness was too tempting for me. Of course he took my offer. He was all too eager to devote eternity to his hateful work. And just because I thought it would be funny, I told him we needed to have homosexual sex in order for the dark ritual to work.
That is kind of funny.
He was so eager to abandon his beliefs to indulge his hatred.
Jeez, Chief. You really ain't too picky about who you're getting intimate with.
You are such a sweet blood, Samuel. Sex need not always be about intimacy. In this case, it was the cruel irony that gave me satisfaction. Heinrich took to unlife well. He dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his great book, the Malleus Maleficarum.
Oh, you mentioned that before. Well, what was in this book?
Here, take a look. I have an old copy. This is a manual of sorts on how to identify, persecute, and kill witches. It was a work of dark fantasy garbage, unworthy of any respect.
Jeez, Andy. I feel like you ought to burn this thing. Smells like brimstone and bad news.
No, Samuel. If the past does not teach us, we will be doomed to repeat it. I kept it to remind me of just how far I had once fallen. I gave him the brilliant idea of attaching Pope Innocent's papal bull to this work in order to give it legitimacy. We also fabricated an endorsement from the University of Cologne. Fact-checking was so slow back then that it would take decades to challenge the legitimacy of such an endorsement.
Sounds like an election debate.
You see, my friend, mortals are eager to follow instructions. Church authorities were all too willing to enforce these rules. And so, Heinrich became a superstar influencer. His works spread across Europe, and witchcraft, once a superstitious joke, became a very real problem to the public. This climate of persecution spread throughout the Holy Roman Empire, and would later fuel witch hunts even in your own country. But even this systemic persecution was not enough to sustain me. Acceptance of radical ideas has a way of normalizing the radical, and I soon became bored of Heinrich.
Interesting.
Wait, you helped make a witch hunting manual popular throughout Europe, and then you got bored.
A troll requires fuel to feel they matter. If a troll ceases to be radical to others, they are beings without purpose.
That's true.
I told Heinrich as much when I dumped him. I said that he bored me. He was a mere tool to be used.
Oh, dang, Chief. You didn't think much of Heinrich after all, did you?
Medi spoke of mortals as insects. I felt much the same way. When you are more than 1,000 years old, it is easy to fall into such thought patterns. Legitimizing witchcraft was a significant accomplishment, to be sure, but its fulfillment left me feeling empty. When the clerical authorities began persecuting witches on their own, I felt rather left out. I wanted their persecution to happen because of me.
But Andy, the actions of others weren't just because of you. They got that dirty old manual you held right, but it was up to them to decide to listen to it.
You speak truly, my friend. I wish you had been around back then to speak with me. The existential angst of a very old vampire is hard to communicate. I just wanted to feel that I mattered somehow.
That's a very human emotion. Vampire, sir.
By 1492, I had to go somewhere where I feel more effective as an agent of chaos. And there was no better place to go than Spain, specifically Granada.
Well, why Spain?
Spain in 1492 was a mess. For more than 260 years, Granada had been a center of learning. The Muslim Nasrid dynasty ruled, but Jews and Christians were allowed to practice their religion and even rose to high positions in society. But when Ferdinand and Isabel of Castile arrived with the Spanish Inquisition, it was incompatible with the harmony that defined Granada.
Of course it was.
I smelled blood, for lack of a more apt phrase. My instincts were correct. I arrived in Granada in April. Though the stones were still stained red, its conquerors were hungrier for blood than I was. Ferdinand and Isabella had just sanctioned Christopher Columbus's trip westward in search of treasures to fund their conquests.
Hey, I know this one. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean.
I have heard this poem as well, but it did something quite terrible. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, I do. It rhymed not with hot.
Columbus didn't actually discover America. Folks were already living there.
Yes, I would say that Ferdinand and Isabella wrote this poem themselves, but unfortunately, they were too learned to write something so insipid. The journey of Columbus was not a noble journey, but a savvy and cruel move by Ferdinand and Isabella to solidify their tenuous position as rulers of a unified Catholic Spain. If I could find my way into their court, I could commit such devilry. It would not be easy for a dark-skinned demon like me to worm myself into their graces, but I found a way.
Well, let me guess. You seduced Ferdinand, or Isabella.
Or both, at the same time.
Samuel, I am hurt. You think I just fucked my way through history, don't you?
Oh, shucks, Chief. I didn't mean nothing by it. I just saw a running theme and thought...
Well, you were right. I seduced Isabella of Castile's chief advisor. They called her La Latina. What a woman. Here, I have a painting of her. Her name was Beatriz Galindo. She was one of the most learned mortals I have ever met, if not the most. This painting does not capture her essence well, but she was also devilishly attractive. There is nothing sexier than an inquiring mind, and Beatriz, she was one of the sexiest women I have ever known.
You sound a little smitten there, Chief. Better not let Crimson hear.
She knows about Beatriz. Not everything, of course. She doesn't need to hear the most intimate details. But, seeing as you are acting in the capacity of my therapist, I can tell you, yes? She used to do this one thing with her finger.
I don't need to know this.
You know, I ain't a Puritan. I just think all this stuff should maybe be done behind closed doors.
I'm sorry, my dear. I don't wish to go too far, but I will still unburden myself. I believe I did Beatriz great harm. She was newly married when I met her in Granada. Her husband was a man named Francisco Ramirez de Madrid. As his name implies, he was of Madrid, meaning that his lovely wife was often left alone in Granada. It took me an entire month to get her into bed, perhaps the longest courtship of my entire life.
Shucks, for an immortal being, you don't take your time much, do you?
I don't usually have to try, but Beatriz was a woman of principle. She was not ready to cheat on her husband or her holy vows. She did not share her body with me immediately, but in her mind, the deed had been done 1,000 times already from the first day we met.
Yeah, you can't know that.
I knew her by reputation before I met her, and I knew the way into her underclothes. It was through Latin. Other than myself, she was perhaps the global authority on Latin, largely an unspoken language at the time. I quoted Virgil to her, the story of my old nemesis, Aenos.
You mean Aeneas, right?
What did I say?
You definitely said anus.
Oh, my mistake. Anyway, I knew I would be her match in Latin, so I told her, Nunc scio quid sit amor. Now I know what love is. She admonished me for my forwardness, but did so with a smile that she could not hide from me. With her husband in Madrid, I spent the warm Spanish evenings with her, drinking her blood and sharing thoughts of terrifying intimacy.
Meaning you got up to a lot of kinky stuff.
Oh, the kinkiest. We probed each other so deeply. Do you know what we did?
Yeah, I don't need to know.
I can guess.
We discussed Aristotle.
Man, that's too much.
Oh, okay, maybe I can't guess.
You cannot know true intimacy until you have delved deeply into Aristotelian logic, biology, and virtues with another. But Samuel, I used her. Even with the bond we formed, a bond that few couples on this earth could ever achieve, I used her. Through her influence, I was able to embed myself into the Spanish court. I introduced Ferdinand and Isabella to the Malleus Maleficarum. They adored it, of course. They loved blood as much as I did.
So you were feeding poison to a couple of already rabid dogs?
Yes, it inspired their brutal actions against the conquered Muslims and Jews, which delighted me in this foolish troll era of mine. After evenings discussing mystic ancient virtues with Beatriz, this was a great betrayal. I deserved to suffer for helping Heinrich, and I deserved to suffer for using Beatriz. I think she was trying to save me through our conversation, Samuel. I might have charmed her with my voice and my words, but she knew who I was.
Yeah, I'm definitely not equipped.
Have you read much about Aristotelian ethics?
We didn't discuss a lot of Aristotle out on the range.
I think he will not be so alien to you. He described a concept known as the virtuous mean. It is not so different from the middle path we speak of so often. Between purposelessness and overambition, there is fair ambition. Between shyness and shamelessness, there is modesty.
Reminds me a lot of Isabella d'Este and Dr. Drain.
Exactly. We cannot sustain being individuals of pure vice or pure virtue. There is no peace in such ambition. but I could not hear her wisdom. I was 2,500 years old. Who was immortal to talk to me about ethics and virtue?
I feel like we need to. Huh. Yep. You gotta pick something else. When there were too many ones indicating that, you know, there's a thing here.
Hello, Samuel.
Evening, Chief.
In truth,
Blah,
my
blah,
friend,
blah, blah,
I
blah.
appreciate your...
Hey, we were.
This is true. You should
Oh.
decide what distortions you'd like to focus on tonight. so that
Okay,
we may
so
begin
he
our work.
definitely did some personalization. Labeling. Good. Right, I suppose? Try these ones.
I think these will suit me fine.
It is time for me to stop delaying. I suppose...
You're thinking about Hein?
Yes. I have sought to distance myself from
I'm
Heinrich Kramer
wrong,
and summon my
apparently.
emotions. I believe the 1400s were my worst. I no longer felt... If I no longer felt anything at the taking of a life, did life matter at all?
Boss, you're feeling. Heck, maybe that.
Or perhaps anti-emo. In order to combat this feeling of emptiness, I transitioned from a simple vampire into a far more terrible monster.
Chief, I'm gonna stop you there. No matter what you were a human being too. This talk of monsters and trolls is way too simple.
Maybe not disqualifying. Oh wait, that's a thing that I can't even pick. Cause
It's labeling. It ain't helpful. If someone's just a troll, there
maybe
ain't no way of
always
helping
right
them,
is
there?
wrong.
You are correct, I am labeling. It is funny how easy it is. Very well. I have observed many. Ironically, it is...
Oh, like that billionaire.
I'm afraid I'm...
I think that
It makes sense for immortal Heinrich Kramer. He was drunkenly... He had gathered...
Well,
by the end of the night.
Yes.
It was like a stand-up... But I was very old already. I cannot believe I ever saw value in such a fallen one. I ought to be ashamed.
Hello. Have a nice lurk.
You didn't think I'd miss that should statement just because you said ought instead of should, did you? There's only one man assigning that should, and that's you, Chief.
You speak truly. I have conjured up quite the should storm.
Yep, you're shoulding all over the place, but we gotta wipe that up and see things as they are.
The metaphor is getting a little too visceral. Heinrich was already an influential friar in the Dominican order, with ties going all the way up to the Vatican. But his hatred was childish and personal, his persecution of witches failed because he seemed entirely petty. I functioned as his mentor and press relations manager.
Wait, so you were a warrior?
Is it so ridiculous? Anyway, I turned his rambling manifestos into something more grounded. We made a scholarly appeal to Pope Innocent VIII to condemn
What's a papal bull?
It's a memo issued by the Pope to alert Christians to new positions or doctrines of the Church. In this papal bull of 1484, the Pope condemned those who consorted with devils, incubi, and succubi, and those who cast spells.
It does sound like a bunch of bull.
You are not the first to think so. This papal bull was largely ignored. Pope Innocent VIII was not a well-regarded pope. At this time in his life, he was a frail old man, mostly surviving on the breast milk of teenaged girls. He was far from...
Oh, yuck. I'm starting to see where the Puritans came from.
The late 1400s often mirror our current times, I find. Heinrich was intensely disappointed when this papal bull did not result in the widespread persecution of women. I encouraged him to intensify his efforts.
I'm missing.
Had it not been for my encouragement, perhaps the Inquisitions of the time would never have happened.
Let's go back. I think these other ones are fine. Just probably.
Hello, this is true. You should decide what distortions you'd like to focus on tonight so that we may begin our
all
work.
right. So maybe it's blaming. Firstly, labeling, emotional.
I think these will suit me fine.
It is time for me to stop delaying.
You're thinking about
Yes. I have sought to distance my will, summon my... I believe the 1400... I no longer felt... If I no longer felt anything at the taking of a life, did life matter?
Poor Andy. His feelings are getting in the way of his thinking, I can tell.
If I no longer...
Boss, your feeling, or lack of feeling, didn't make reality. Heck, maybe that...
Or perhaps anti-emotional. In order to combat this feeling of emptiness, I transitioned from a simple vampire into a fog.
Chief, I'm gonna stop you there. No matter
Labeling?
what you were a human being. It's labeling.
You are correct. I am labeling. It is funny how easy... Very well. I have observed many... Ironically, it is...
Oh, like that billionaire.
I'm afraid...
I think that...
It makes sense for immortal Heinrich Kramer was such a man. He was drunkenly ranting and raving about the sin of Eve, how women were the cause of all evil, that witches surrounded us. He had gathered quite an audience, who delighted in egging him on to sound even more ridiculous. By the end of the night, he was spouting some nonsense about how breasts...
Wait, what?
It was like a stand-up comedy show, but I was very old. I cannot believe I ever saw value in such a fallen one. I ought to be
You didn't think I'd miss that. There's only one man.
You speak truly.
Yep, you're shooting all over the place.
The metaphor is getting... Heinrich was already... But his hatred was child. I functioned as his mentor.
Wait, so you were a warrior and a...
Is it so ridiculous? Anyway, I turned his rambling manifesto...
what's a papal bull?
It's a memo, issued by the Pope to alert Christians to new positions or doctrines of the Church.
Like... There we go.
In this papal bull of 1484, the Pope condemned those who...
It does sound like a bull.
You are not the first to think so. This papal bull was largely ignored. At this time in his life, he was a frail old man.
Oh, yuck. I'm starting to see where the Puritan...
The late 1400s, Heinrich was I encouraged him to intensify his efforts. Had it not been for my encouragement, perhaps the Inquisitions of the time would never have happened.
I think you're laying too much of the blame on yourself, Chief. Yeah, you played your part in Heinrich's evil doing, but he did too. Maybe if you hadn't encouraged him, someone else
does a
would've.
lot of
Or
blaming.
maybe he didn't even need any help. You can't know.
It is hard to imagine that he would have achieved his goals without me, but perhaps you are right. It's very easy to assign myself all of the blame because I can control my own actions.
Well, that's right. And you can't control Heinrich's actions.
See how the student becomes the master? Yes, you are correct. I could not control Heinrich, but I did help him. It was at this time that I offered Heinrich the chance to dedicate his immortal soul to his dark work by taking it from him. The supreme, delicious irony of welcoming a hateful man of the church into eternal darkness was too tempting for me. Of course he took my offer. He was all too eager to devote eternity to his hateful work. And just because I thought it would be funny, I told him we needed to have homosexual sex in order for the dark ritual to work. He was so eager to abandon his beliefs to indulge in...
Oh, jeez, Chief. You really ain't too picky about who you're getting intimate with.
You are such a sweet blood, Samuel. Sex need not always be about intimate. Heinrich took to unlife well. He dedicated himself wholehearted.
Oh, you mentioned that before.
Here, take a look. I have an old copy. This is a manual of sorts on how to identify, persecute, and kill witches. It was...
Jeez, Andy. I feel like you ought to burn this thing. Smell...
No, Samuel. If the past does not teach us, we will be doomed to repeat it. I gave him the brilliant idea of attaching Pope Innocent's papal bull to this work in order to give it legitimacy. We also fabricated an endorsement from the University of Cologne. Fact-checking was so slow back then that it would take decades to challenge the legitimacy of such an endorsement.
Sounds like an election debate.
You see, my friend, mortals are eager to follow instructions. Church authorities were all too willing to enforce these rules. And so Heinrich became a superstar influencer. His works spread across Europe, and witchcraft, once a superstitious joke, became a very real problem to the public. This climate of persecution spread throughout the Holy Roman Empire, and would later fuel witch hunts even in your own country. But even this systemic persecution was not enough to sustain me. Acceptance of radical ideas has a way of normalizing the radical, and I soon became bored of Heinrich.
Wait, you helped make a witch hunting manual popular throughout Europe, and then you got bored?
A troll requires fuel to feel they matter. If a troll ceases to be radical to others, they are beings without purpose. I told Heinrich as much when I made this legit. When the clerical authorities began persecuting witches on their own, I felt rather left out. I wanted their persecution to happen because of me. By 1492, I had to go somewhere where I feel more effective as an agent of chaos. And there was no better place to go than Spain, specifically Granada.
Well, what?
Spain in the Muslim, but when I smelled blood, my Ferdinand and Isabel.
Hey, I know this one.
I have heard this poem as well, but it did something quite terrible. Do you know what it is?
I'm pretty sure the Native Americans and Columbus weren't pals.
Indeed, Columbus brought several of them back to Spain as slaves. I doubt the few that survived were fans of his. The journey of Columbus was not a noble journey, but a savvy and cruel move by Ferdinand and Isabella to solidify their tenuous position as ruler. If I could find my way into their court, it would not be easy for a dark-skinned demon like me to worm myself into their graces, but I found a way.
Well, let me guess. You seduced Ferdinand, or Isabella.
Samuel, I am hurt. You think I just fucked my way through history, don't you?
Yeah?
Oh, shucks, Chief. I didn't mean nothing by it. I just saw a running theme and thought...
Well, you were right. I seduced Isabella of Castile's chief advisor.
Yeah, see, I knew.
They called her La Latina. What a woman. Here, I have a painting of her. Her name was Beatriz Galindo. She was one of the most learned mortals I have ever met. This painting does not capture her essence well, but she was also devilishly attractive. There is nothing sexier than an inquiring mind, and Beatriz, She was one of the sexiest women I have ever known.
You sound a little smitten there, Chief. Better not let Crimson hear.
She knows about Beatrice. Not everything, of course. She doesn't need to hear the most intimate details. But, seeing as you are acting in the capacity of my therapist, I can tell you, yes? She used to do this one thing with her finger.
You know, I ain't a Puritan. I just think all this stuff should maybe be done behind closed doors.
I'm sorry, my dear. I don't wish to go too far, but I will still unburden myself. I believe I did Beatrice great harm. She was newly married when I met her in Granada. Her husband was a man named Francisco Ramirez de Madrid. As his name implies, he was of Madrid, meaning that his lovely wife was often left alone in Granada. It took me an entire month to get her into bed, perhaps the longest courtship of my entire life.
Shucks, for an immortal being, you don't take your time much, do you?
I don't usually have to try, but Beatrice was a woman of principle. She was not ready to cheat on her husband or her holy vows. She did not share her body with me immediately.
Yeah, I'm definitely
but in her
missing
mind, the deed had been done 1,000 times already from the first day we met. I knew her by reputation before I met her. Other than myself, she was perhaps the global authority on Latin, largely an unspoken language at the time. I quoted Virgil to her, the story of my old nemesis, Aenos.
You mean Aeneas, right?
What did I say?
You definitely said anus.
Oh, my mistake. Anyway, I knew I would be her match in Latin, so I told her, Nunc scio quid sit amor. Now I know what love is. She admonished me for my forwardness, but did so with a smile that she could not hide from me. With her husband in Madrid, I spent the warm Spanish evenings with her, drinking her blood and sharing thoughts of terrifying intimacy.
Meaning you got up to a lot of kinky stuff.
Oh, the kinkiest. We probed each other so deeply. Do you know what we did?
I can guess.
Sam.
We
It's
discussed
uncomfortable.
Aristotle.
Oh, okay, maybe I can't guess.
You cannot know true intimacy until you have delved deeply into Aristotelian logic, biology, and virtues with another. But Samuel, I used her. Even with the bond we formed, a bond that few couples on this earth could ever achieve, I used her. Through her influence, I was able to embed myself into the Spanish court. I introduced Ferdinand and Isabella to the Malleus Maleficarum. They adored it, of course.
So you were feeding poison to a couple of already rabid dogs.
Yes, it inspired their brutal actions against the conquered Muslims and Jews, which delighted me in this foolish troll era of mine. After evenings discussing mystic ancient virtues with Beatrice, this was a great betrayal. I deserved to suffer for helping Heinrich, and I deserved to suffer for using Beatrice.
No, you don't. That was, not blaming.
I think she was trying to save me through our conversation, Samuel. I might have charmed her with my voice and my words, but she knew who I was. Have you read much about Aristotelian ethics?
We didn't discuss a lot of Aristotle out on the range.
Hey, can you imagine a bunch of cowboys sitting around a campfire going, oh, Aristotle, Socrates?
I think he will not be so alien to you. He described a concept known as the virtuous mean. It is not so different from the middle path we speak of so often. Between purposelessness and overambition, there is fair ambition. Between shyness and shamelessness, there is modesty.
Reminds me a lot of Isabella d'Este and Dr. Drain.
Exactly. We cannot sustain being individuals of pure vice or pure virtue. There is no peace in such ambition. But I could not hear her wisdom. I was 2,500 years old. Who was immortal to talk to me about ethics and virtue? It is simply difficult to reconcile my disappointment with myself, Samuel. That I helped the evil and used the virtuous. Once I had helped to fuel the bloody ambitions of Ferdinand and Isabella, I abandoned Beatrice. It is a dark thing indeed to live to be a troll. There is no fulfillment in such a life, only pain. A troll such as I was is a societal toxin. We break down the social contract and reduce humanity to a bestial state.
If trolls are as powerful as Andy's suggesting, we got some real problems.
Cabling, probably?
A troll's...
I think you're the one doing the reducing there, Andy. A troll might be a troll, but they're human too. I don't think anyone ever gets brought into this world thinking, gee, I just want to make people miserable.
I don't know about that. I feel like some people are. Some people literally are like that.
Well, that ain't you, right?
I do not remember being a baby, but no, that was not my concern. It is true. I had the capacity to be more than a troll. I simply did not recognize that fact. Alas, I believe I was a far more successful troll than I have been a sincere human being. I used Heinrich and Beatrice more effectively than I have ever helped kindly vampires.
Andy, you're disqualifying the positive again. Whatever troll you were in the past, comparing him to the Andy of today is as useful as milking a bull. Well, actually, it might make the bull happy, but we ain't gonna talk about that. Point is, if we're talking about the good you do now, what do your troll days have to do with anything? You're being a real Count Gloomula if you're taking something good and ruining it for no reason.
Yeah.
Count Gloomula? I know of no such man.
I made him up, but he's just who you're being when you're knocking yourself down.
You are correct, Samuel. May that Andromachos remain buried. I will not forget him, but not so that I might torture myself, but to remember how far I have come. I must say, I am feeling much less burdened having spoken with you, my friend. I feel as though I am in bat form already, with the wind beneath my wings.
I'm glad to hear that, Andy. I don't want you weighed down.
Would you like to go out for a night fly with me, my friend?
That sounds like a mighty fine idea.
Then let us go. The moon is high and the night awaits.
Aww, so romantic. Alright, that was pretty quick.
Hey, Andy, you ready for our therapy sesh, partner? Hey there, you ain't Andy. Panoptabella, what are you doing here?
I was looking for the bathroom.
Well, this ain't the bathroom.
I can see that. I'll go then.
Hey, Chief, what's going on?
Panoptabella and I were simply having an exchange.
Sure.
An exchange of what?
Samuel, my dear, you do not need to know everything. It is not my business to share. We are here for my therapy session, are we not?
Yeah, that's right. How are you doing, boss?
In truth, I feel much improved, my friend. I believe unburdening myself to you has been most helpful. My lightening of spirit comes with its own distortions, however. Which would you like to focus on tonight?
Mind reading. Probably the one I was missing. Also, labels a lot.
I think I've got what I need to handle an ancient vampire. Go on, Chief. What's been on your mind?
The last century has been a bit isolating. Other elder vampires think themselves above self-improvement, so we have little to speak of.
Well, I guess that ain't no surprise. New ways of thinking don't usually come out of retirement communities.
Indeed, we elderly often prefer to sing praises to old glories, but there is no glory in my past, only death.
I want to stop you there, Chief. There is no glory in my past, only death. You're 3,000 years old. Can you really say you got nothing to be proud of in that time?
I am not proud to be an effective killer, my friend.
I just have trouble believing all you did was kill and sleep for 3,000 years.
That is fair. I have met many fascinating people and seen many forgotten wonders.
See, there you go. Don't go tossing out the blood with the blood bag.
You are correct. Against my own wisdom, I hope to erase the parts of my unlife that bring me shame.
I mean, or you could just deal with the shame.
Well, it's like you told me. Everyone's got cognitive distortions, and we ain't ever gonna get over them.
Too true. I must accept the evil so that I can appreciate the good. I confess I often wish to give myself a pass, because in hindsight my evil was so pointless. Have you ever heard the phrase, the banality of evil?
Oh, no, but I can guess what it means.
Evil's boring.
It just means evil is boring. It's like you said, there ain't no glory in being a bastard. It's just tired and petty.
It is true that people often commit acts of evil in order to be seen and validated, and yes, it is petty, but it does not speak to the banality of evil. Historian Hannah Arendt coined this phrase to describe the actions of some Nazi leaders. In Western tradition, when we think of evil, we imagine powerful creatures of darkness intent on hurting others. Even in this understanding, evil has no ideology. It is, as you say, dumb. And when we perceive evil as dumb, it is tempting to simply dismiss it. If I live in a life that is no longer evil, it does not feel right to be judged by the centuries I spent in dumbness. Indeed, it was the realization of the banality of evil that made me question it.
Well, how's that?
Well, you and I know what effective killers we are. There is no mortal that would dare stand against us. We are physically superhuman. But are we truly greater beings than mortals? How many people do you think I have killed, Samuel?
At least 2.
Well, you being 3,000 years old and all, I bet you've killed... You must have killed a few million mortals. That's a hell of a thought.
You know as well as I do how normalized killing can be for our kind. Yes, I have killed millions. The truth is, I have no idea how many people I have killed. I was certain, however, that I was the dominant force of death in the world. But in the 20th century, humanity showed me that I was far from superhuman. If I thought I was detached from the value of life, World War I showed me I was not special in this.
Oh, yeah. I kind of missed both of the world wars. I was busy walking at that time.
They were terrible, Samuel. Mass death events have happened before. The Napoleonic Wars, the Taiping Rebellion, and even older wars killed millions. But the industrialization of war turned corpses into mere numbers. Humanity could kill its enemies without ever seeing their faces. I was there on the Western Front. I saw mortars and mustard gas used indiscriminately, men ripped to unidentifiable shreds. Day after day, month after month, the bodies filled mass graves, each death contributing to no ultimate goal. Back then, I was a creature who saw death as glorious. I thought that mortals were food, owed to me because I was greater than they. This casual mass murder showed me that I was not above my humanity. Murder was humanity.
Maybe click on this.
I'm afraid, Samuel, that I quite lost my appetite for blood.
Dang, you must have been pretty depressed.
You could say that. I was disgusted. With myself. With humanity. Certainly with my own humanity. One night, standing on a North Sea beach, utterly lost, water filled my lungs, but I did not die. I kept walking into the cold gloom to whatever fate would befall me.
I don't know. I don't know that I believe that, because eventually, the sea would crush you. Like, you may be, immortal, but at some point the sea would crush you. Physically. Ads in 4 minutes.
What were you thinking in that moment?
I was not without a purpose. All I had was walking. That was all that mattered.
Yeah. An immortal pancake. Not even like a pancake, like it would crush you until you could not be crushed anymore, basically. Yeah, a bunch of the new DLCs out, so we're playing through the new DLC stuff. This is a really good game.
That actually does make a lot of sense, I reckon. I did much the same thing.
I thought you would understand. Yes, I did not walk for a purpose. Perhaps I was walking to find a purpose.
So, what happened?
The light of moon and sun faded away. I saw things in the darkness. Flashes of nightmares, giant eyes peering at me in the gloom.
And other various fish that look really weird to us as humanoid creatures.
I felt the heat of volcanic plumes, saw explosions of strange life in the corpses of dead whales. Predators like myself abound in the deep places of the world. These ghosts in the darkness consumed one another, horrors feeding upon horrors. As I walked further still, I came upon the wreckage of a great ship, littered with material reminders of the mortals who once walked its decks.
Volcanic pubes. Oh, do you even imagine?
I will never forget the experience of seeing this symbol of humanity's power over nature decaying in the abyss. I had to sketch the great ship as soon as I could. It was named the Titanic.
The Titanic? I remember that story. John Muir would say it was a symbol of man's hubris. He could be a grumpy old cuss sometimes.
I saw it more as a symbol of nature's ignorance of humanity's hubris. The creatures of the cold deep paid it no mind, ignorant of the death all around them, for there were no bodies to speak of. I think it was then that I finally understood. Death, as a state of nature, has no meaning.
I don't know that that's...
Death only has whatever meaning we give it, and my death had none.
I don't know if that's labeling or emotional That's emotional reasoning.
That seems a little cut and dry to me. Andy ain't the only one assigning meaning to death.
Death only has whatever...
That seems a little cut and dry to...
Death only has...
You know, I'm pretty sure Eddie Keene said
first try.
exactly the same thing.
Alright. Have fun lurking.
I do not deny it. Edmund was in some ways correct. If we do not give our unlives meaning, do they have meaning?
That's still Nosferatu thinking and disqualifying the positive. You ain't the only one that gets to define the meaning of life and death.
Alright, since ads are starting in about 20 seconds, I'm going to take a small break so nobody misses anything. Hang out. Probably turn on some lights. Yeah, go poop, go stretch, do the things. Do the things that you need to do the thing. I might turn up the music.
Death doesn't erase the memory of a person, just the body.
See if I can do that without advancing this too much. Sound. Hi, Rain. An itchy spot. Ooh, my taxes accepted. Jack. You have driving. I have 30. I was expecting a bunch of packages. Okay. Okay, they're just Raina's dental chew bones. Chewy bones. Okay.
I suppose one could say their hearts will go on.
What? Oh my gosh.
I hope you ain't gonna sing it.
Yeah, please don't.
Don't worry, my friend. I think we all heard that song a little too much.
Just a little bit. Just a smidge.
But you are right. I was so sure I understood death, but I was only beginning to understand mortality.
I get it. There's a reason we're in the same business, I reckon.
Your reckoning is well perceived, and I am grateful that I had my own reckoning. As I watched the creatures of the deep swimming among the wreckage of the great ship, I realized how small my life truly was. I had wondered for many centuries what it would be like to venture into space. Into the great ocean, that need was satisfied.
I mean, I get that.
For once, I felt small, powerless, a small spark of life in the void. All my unlife was a primal scream. I am here, I matter. But I finally understood that I could never be heard. I will say it was a terrifying experience.
Hi!
One that I am unendingly
How's it
grateful for,
going?
and it was more achievable than going to space.
Yeah. Somebody came in and did a bunch of gift subs.
Vampires in space. I guess there's no real reason why we shouldn't go out there. We got time for long travel.
It's a little dodgy, but I get it. Adage, I don't know. Adage just seems a little archaic, almost, I guess. Nice. I don't know. It's a weird word. It's like meeting a kid, like a 7-year-old or a 10-year-old kid whose name is Betty or Esther, or what's another old lady name? No? I mean, nothing wrong with it.
Maybe we should take a trip to Mars sometime.
All right, let's see you get a spaceship for that.
Martian vampires? It's a little silly, Samuel.
Because the same thing would happen. The same thing would happen on Mars. Like, I know you guys don't technically breathe, but
take me to your bleeder.
Oh, Samuel, that was truly terrible.
that was terrible. I want to turn the game off now.
And I adore you for it. Perhaps the day will come when we do visit Mars, but I am content to stay here. There is much to discover about our existence on Earth.
Oh, well, let's find out. According to the searches, it's it's borrowed from a French word and has been around since the mid 1500s. Adage. No? The word adage originated from the mid-1500s, coming from the French word, which itself derives from the Latin adgenium, meaning proverb or adage, essentially making the word adage several centuries old. I mean, that's the word it looks like. Now, if you did something like ish is completely different. But you can't add a G to the end of everything and expect it to not resemble other words that are old. That's just how things be sometimes. But adage is an actual word. Yes. You're just missing the A. Nah. Ish was a much better ending. You youngsters and your endings. Ish was much better. It left no confusion. Because there was never ever anything similar to it before. Yes, ish. Oh, when are we going to meet? Around noon-ish. You know? Hey, could I have a little bit of cabish for that? No? Generally means kind of. A little bit. Sometime around that time. Like, it had so many different meanings depending on what you put it against. And it's so ingrained into the lexicon now that it's just normal speech. But that stuff was not around for a while of my years. It's definitely a my generation thing. This has been Lessons with Zombie.
After this dark journey, I walked back across the Atlantic, sustained with fish blood and a new will to understand myself. My timing could not have been better, because a new form of science was just coming into prominence: psychology, the study of the self.
Psychology was already a thing, though. It wasn't even like coming into prominence. It was just coming back.
Well, when was this?
Around 1920. I was not the only human being to question humanity's choices after the Great War. Indeed, if humanity did not question itself after such horrors, this would be a condemned world. It was my questioning of the self that brought me to this place. Psychology was born right here in Leipzig.
No shit.
No shit.
None at all, my friend. A man named Wilhelm Wundt lived just on the street. He developed a method where we describe our own thoughts and sensations.
Well, that sounds mighty familiar.
Yes, the hints of cognitive distortions were present already. I read his works voraciously. I was obsessed with the study of the self. I became interested in my own feelings.
it just occurred to me that adding GE to the end of things isn't even a new thing. That's a California thing. That's a surfer thing. That's been around since, like, you know, surfdom has been a thing, like surfers. So, like, the 50s, probably. I mean, I didn't say the 1800s, I said the 1500s, but still, like, it's not new. Now, if he'd come in here and started doing, like, skibbity stuff, I would have been like, oh, I'm sorry, you're too young. But yeah, adding GE to the end of things is definitely like surfer dude kind of talk. Where you say dude and bro and man all the time.
Why did I rage for so long? What did it feel like physically? And I realized that my prevailing feeling was always fear.
Fear is the undertone of a lot of negative and morally neutral emotions that people become scared of.
Like Edmund, I was a coward. Oh dear, the similarities are piling up.
Labeling?
Now let's take a step back there, Chief. I've been afraid too.
Have you, though?
Dr. Drain was afraid. Isabella Deste was afraid. Mitty was afraid. And we know about Eddie. I reckon every mortal's been afraid too. That don't make us cowards, and it don't mean we're Eddie Keene neither. It just makes us human.
Yes, I believe I know this in my dead heart as well. Fear is a part of nature, and we are only slightly unnatural. Why was I not interested in myself for nearly 3,000 years? I should have shed my ignorance.
I think you know as well as I do that there was a should statement.
Yeah, I'm not even going to let you finish that, sir.
I know. I should have recognized my own...
You should have recognized your own should? That's a load of should in one bag.
Your observation is certainly valid. I should listen to you.
Oh, come on, Chief. You don't need to listen to me. Listen to yourself.
I'm teasing you, Samuel.
Yeah, you were doing that on purpose.
You really are a dusty old joker, Andy.
No, I do appreciate your pointing out my should statement. I did find my way to the self. I was simply not ready to face myself for a few millennia. But I did develop an obsession with knowing myself, and it took me to some very awkward places.
As it usually does.
All right, Chief, I'm ready. I ain't afraid of sex, so you can talk to me.
I suppose it was about sex.
Here we go.
This is when I began my studies with Sigmund Freud.
Oh no.
He shared this obsession with understanding the self. We analyzed each other, which helped us to analyze ourselves. We hid nothing. We knew that we would understand the truth if we laid it bare.
Yeah, except for Freud is kind of a fraud. We know now.
The bearing of truth in this case was difficult. I horrified him, I believe.
Andy, you can't know what Sigmund Freud was thinking. I know you've done some blood-curdling stuff like I have. If he didn't tell you he was horrified, it's only your guessing.
I know this is true logically, but I believe we both opened certain boxes that did not need opening.
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
Take a look at this picture. What is your impression of this woman?
Has good taste in hats.
Well, she knows how to accessorize, that's for sure. Can't go wrong with a good hat.
I'm not much of a hat man myself.
I suppose that perfect hair ain't no accident.
I allow myself a little vanity.
Oh, are you gonna tell me that that was you?
This woman was most beloved by Sigmund.
Ah.
She was his mother. He would show me this very picture and say, Andromachos, if she were your mother, you would want to fuck her too.
No!
I don't use this phrase often for obvious reasons, but what in the Sam hell?
He could not imagine why anyone else would feel differently. Of course, I overshared with him as well. I do not think my recounting of the convent of San Sisto orgy of 1417 helped us to gain a greater sense of self-awareness. Though I always found it humorously ironic the way the nuns still cried out to God.
Boy, you really like a little novelty in the bedroom, don't you?
Oh, Samuel, you are such a millennial.
Oh my gosh. This guy.
I'm way too old to be a millennial, Andy.
I mean to say that you were born in the last millennium. You will understand when you are over 1,000 years old.
You know, you're not my daddy.
Man, talk about being talked down to.
No, I am not, though perhaps I joke like one. But Sigmund had made a grave mistake in our explorations of the self, and in doing so, cast doubt on the truly groundbreaking work we did. He eventually died, as mortals do, but my lust for understanding the self was not quenched. I became interested in the philosophy of those of my lifetime, and the philosophy of the modern era. It was like charting a map through humanity. It was invigorating. I felt alive. This feeling showed me that I was on the right path.
That sounds pretty thrilling, but I think we gotta be careful with this kind of thinking. What if, say, Dr. Drain had let Lord Lourdes take over? Being Lord Lourdes felt good for the doc, but feeling good didn't make it good.
You are right to advise caution. A healthy obsession is still an obsession after all. Crimson believes I have a healthy obsession with moisturizer, and she may be correct.
Yeah, but, like, you gotta stay moist, man.
The thinkers whose works I read all had the same obsession I did. They wanted to unlock the formula of humanity. That was my true aim as well. I thought that my immortality made me the ideal student of the self. I had time to question and explore. But I did not account for the fact that the act of questioning made me grow and change myself. I am no longer the man I was yesterday, and tomorrow I shall be someone new. I have become aware of ways in which I could be more mindful, more kind, more fashionable even.
Ah, yes. Fashion. Always the most...
I chase the truth, Samuel, and I chase the good. It is a shame that I can only chase them, never catch them.
You ain't ever gonna be perfect, Chief. Neither am I. You're right. The more aware we are, the more them goalposts are gonna keep moving. We can always be better. But I think you're disqualifying the positive of being good enough. You're trying, Andy, every day. I think that's the battle won right there. You ain't gonna slip now. 4,000-year-old Andy is gonna be a force of good to be reckoned with.
I know. It reminds me of a pearl of wisdom Marcus Aurelius gave me that I could not yet understand. He said, "Waste no time in arguing what a good person should be. Be one." I take these words to heart now, but it is hard to not have deep regrets.
I think you know how to address them regrets there, Andy.
Are you going to do the horse thing? I would prefer you didn't.
No, I ain't gonna do the horse thing.
I am relieved. But yes, you know what I need, and I gratefully accept it.
Andy, let's accept all the dark deeds you done. Let's accept that it took you a long time to change. Ain't no getting around that. It's time to show a little compassion. You're doing your best. You're a better person for all the work you done. You, my friend, are good enough.
Good enough. I suppose I am.
Would you like a hug there, boss?
I would love a hug, my friend.
Aww. Is that it? Yep, that's it. That was it for that one. Interesting, to say the least. I can imagine 4,000 years is gonna cause lots of trauma to yourself, you know? What time is it? I think we can do the last DLC, and then I'll probably switch to something else. I don't know how long this is. This is not one of the free ones. These were free. It was not free. But it also wasn't that expensive. Come on. I might have to restart just a second. That's about it. Ah, it's updating, that's why. Okay. So how's chat? I know most of you are lurking. Hopefully your day has gone well. Good. Anything weird happened today? The weirdest thing. Couples therapy right here.
Good evening, Samuel. I know you are busy packing to go back home to the United States, but I thought you would enjoy one more therapy opportunity before you leave.
Oh boy.
Sure thing, boss. I'm finding this therapy stuff real fulfilling, and I think I'm pretty good at it. No need to disqualify the positive.
You have faced the embodiment of lust, a furious mother, a fallen angel, a vampire from the ancient world, and even a child actor. I would say your pride is well earned.
Well, thank you kindly, Andy. So what do we got tonight? A fascist dictator? A forgotten goddess? The head of the Illuminati?
Nothing so grand, but infinitely more complex. Tonight, you will tend to a couple.
Oh, no.
When one does not die, relationship problems tend to fester terribly. Most vampire breakups end with a stake in the heart, but perhaps you can prevent this. Here, take a look at their intake form.
Oh, age difference. Therapy to help resolving domestic disputes. Seriously, they both were killed after respective countries. Stress difficulties in communication. Common thread in vampires with large age gaps. There has a 197-year age gap between them. And his female, Imaro, expressed that his partner had difficulty with criticism and excessive defensiveness. Suggestion: keep contempt out of the room.
Good looking pair, I'll give him that.
Physical attraction is a quick way to form an intense bond, but reality rears its head quite quickly.
There's a pretty big age difference. Probably causes some problems too.
Sometimes. Crimson and I often do not understand each other's references, but we see them as opportunities to learn. The important thing is to remember that we are all individuals. With this in mind, what do you think is the most common distortion couples face?
Personalization.
Yeah, it's personalization, right? We often think every problem has to do with ourselves.
Indeed, this is common to all humanity, but true to its name, personalization is focused solely on the self. What distortion is focused on the other?
Mind reading?
It's gotta be mind reading. It's the most exciting and the most terrifying thing about being with another person.
That's right, Samuel. Time spent together can make a couple believe that they can read each other's minds, but this is an illusion. You may pick some other distortions you think a couple is likely to exhibit.
I kind of wish like it gave us 2 extras since there are 2. That's I'd imagine there's disqualifying the positive, emotional, catastrophizing. We'll see.
I think I've got some good ones here.
I am certain they will all manifest themselves, my friend. Good luck tonight. I am eager to see how you work with these two.
All right, I think I'm ready. Here they come.
Bonsoir.
I already don't like him.
Salam.
Well, howdy. Nice to meet you two fellers. Glad I could squeeze you in.
Very kind of you to find time for us.
Yes, I want to fix everything. Come on, let's go. Let's get started. I'm ready to do the work.
You are way too eager and willing to go too fast.
It's good to hear you're raring to go, partner, but let's think of this less as fixing and more about helping you folks understand yourselves better.
Come now, mon amour. You have all the time in the world. I swear, you forget you are dead sometimes.
I'm not dead.
Undead, mon chaton, I know. I'm so sorry, mon ami du Far West. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Antoine Francois Momoro, but call me Momo.
And I am Reza Hushmanzadeh.
Well, howdy, Momo. Mighty fine meeting you, Mr.
This one.
Hushmanzadeh?
Yes, very close.
Well, I'm glad I got it. Sometimes people think I can't get these foreign things right on account of this hat of mine, but I do my best. So, what's bringing you two to my window?
I simply asked Reza for a little more living space. I asked him to move to the other side of my castle, and this made him quite upset.
You got a castle?
Do you not have a castle?
I know we vampires can get the castle mania, but I'm not sure why I'd need one myself.
So you could banish your boyfriend to the other side of it, of course.
It's the other side of a castle. You can walk, can't you?
He wishes it were a bigger castle so I could be farther away.
Hold your horses there. I'm sensing some feelings here. I know once we get them emotions up, we're shooting cognitive distortions all over the place.
Pew, 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 pew.
Oh, sorry. I probably shouldn't come out of the gate and use terms like cognitive distortions.
That's all right. I know them already.
I know them too.
Well, shucks, that just makes this a whole lot easier. Now, Rizzo, what'd you say about Momo wanting a bigger castle?
He wants a bigger castle so he can banish me further.
How does Reza know that his partner wants more
Oh yeah, that's mind reading.
He wants a...
Rizzo, how do you know Momo here wants you even farther away? Did he tell you that?
Yes, he told me by banishing me.
Well, why don't we let Momo here speak for himself and see if he thinks that?
I don't want you farther away, Reza. I just need more time to myself.
Momo's saying he wants space, not to banish you, Reza. You might have been reading his mind some.
I'm just angry. I get worked up when I know he doesn't respect me.
Partner, Momo's the only one here who knows if he respects you or not. How do you know that, Reza? You might be doing a little mind reading here, or you might be thinking you're always right without evidence.
Oh, well, I know that can't be. I'm never right about anything.
So, why are you saying Momo doesn't respect you?
He talks to me like I'm a child. All the time he tells me how innocent I am and how I'll cool down when I'm older.
Age can be a touchy subject among us undead folks. How old are you, Reza?
I'm 71 years old. I'm not a bachelor.
Oh, he was... Okay, I thought he was like 90.
But you are a baby, mon chaton. So am I. And you, cowboy? I'd say you are a bit younger than I am.
Oh, yep, born 1801.
So you see, we are all babies. Let us cry together.
I'm not gaslighting at what you're doing, though.
You see what I have to deal with?
Momo, it seems as if Reza doesn't like being called a baby.
He should not be so sensitive. Being called a baby wouldn't bother me.
Yeah, but he's not you.
So, Momo, what triggered this desire for more space?
Nothing to do with Reza. I simply accept that the era of feudalism has ended. First of all, we must examine this notion that a couple must live together. Under the feudal system, of course, it makes sense. The family must tend to the land and hearth and ensure the lord gets his due. But couples live together out of necessity, ouais?
No?
It is no longer the 18th century. We are allowed the leisure and peace that the aristocracy has always enjoyed. And that includes peace from one another, n'est-ce pas?
You think you deserve what the aristocracy has because you are an aristocrat now. You're not a common man.
I'm sensing there's some deeper conflict here.
Only the oldest conflict, mon ami. I am afraid my dear boy Reza has taken my words a little too seriously. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. I wrote these words as a mortal, believing that we could wipe away the class system entirely, and that all humankind could respect one another.
And then you gave up. The French Revolution accomplished nothing. I plan to accomplish something in my country.
Unless my memory fails me, the French Revolution sparked massive change in Europe. Even if it...
And then you gave up. The French Revolution accomplished nothing. I plan to accomplish something in my country.
Well, say, I ain't that educated a man myself, but I know a revolution ain't ever a minor business. Even if the French Revolution didn't achieve everything its people wanted, you can't say it did nothing at all. You might even be diminishing the sacrifices of the people who fought and died.
Clearly, Reza thinks that it is nothing that they cut off my fucking head.
They killed me too. You don't see me giving up.
Because you haven't figured it out yet. The only way you will finish your revolution is if you kill every aristocrat, their children and their children's children. And it is not enough to kill all the aristocrats. You have to kill even the memory of aristocracy. And that you cannot do.
That's where you're wrong.
You're such a child.
Name calling in an argument? That is... Don't ever do that, guys. Don't ever name call.
And you're such a sellout!
I'm starting to wonder if you two are even dead, your blood is so hot. I sure as shit hope there's something you appreciate about each other.
Of course there is. I adore Reza.
And I love Momo. I want things to be the way they used to be.
Well, Momo, why don't you start? Tell me what drew you to Reza.
Well, first of all, look at him. I'm too old to deny that physical attractiveness is part of his appeal. His Persian disco music clothing tastes are unfortunate, but it is exciting to see a little displayed masculinity. But beyond that, he is so passionate. His blood is cold, but he's all fire inside. He reminds me of myself in my youth. He sees a new reality, and he wishes to bring it into existence through sheer force of will. He is inspiring.
Well, that's beautiful, Momo. It's easy to fall for someone who fights for the impossible. What about you, Reza? What drew you to Momo?
I was obsessed with Momo before I even knew him. I read about Antoine Francois Momoreau back in university. Through his published works, he was my teacher. We could not have started our revolution without studying him. He knew how to unite the classes against their oppressors. That is genius.
Well, I'm glad to hear all these positives. Reza, Momo said you were inspiring. Sounds to me like he does respect you.
Fine, maybe he does respect me. But it's clearly my fault he doesn't want me around.
Buckaroo, you are making this all about you. Now, if Momo wants some space, that's up to Momo. Momo's got his own needs, and they might not have much to do with you.
But we were fine before. Why am I not good enough for him now?
Hombre, you gotta hear me. It ain't always about you. You could be the sexiest vampire on this earth, and even then, you couldn't expect to be wanted all the time.
Mon chaton, you are being dramatic. Why are you afraid of a little space?
You won't be interested in me anymore. You just want me farther and farther away, and eventually you'll want me gone.
Compadre, you are jumping straight to the worst possible ending here. Has Momo suggested that he's done with you? There are always going to be question marks in a relationship. You don't know where this thing's going to go, but you're filling in the blanks with doom and gloom.
What I do know is that Momo always used to be happy to be around me, and now he's not.
Reza, I love you. What is that phrase you taught me? Gigaretto Bokaram?
Oh, what's that mean?
It means I want to eat his liver.
Oh, shit, I thought the goths here were kinky.
I don't want to literally eat his liver. It is, how you say, cute aggression? As in, I find him so irresistible, I wish to eat his liver. It's a lovely sentiment. But Reza, petite souris, you care so much. But you do not understand. I can care for you, but have my own concerns. I do not wish to be with you all the time, and you cannot force me to. Just as you cannot force your people to revolt. These are inevitabilities you must accept. It is simplistic to think revolution is ever truly complete. Look at the world itself. Revolution. It is literally circular. France is now in its 5th republic. Authoritarianism rises, then the people get their turn. Authoritarianism rises once more, and the people rise again.
You once believed in progress for all.
Dear Reza thinks too highly of me. I coined this phrase in error. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberty, equality, and brotherhood. Liberté and égalité can be achieved by the gun and the bayonet. But achieving fraternité, c'est impossible, because the upper classes cannot relate to those they hold dominion over. So the revolution, the cycle of war, shall never end.
The other fascinating thing to consider is that unless you are hands and arms deep into like community service and stuff, if you end up with a lot of money or a lot of privilege or influence, it literally changes the wrinkles in your brain. Like, specifically the areas that involve empathy and so on. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that. So, like, if you ever come into money, make sure, like, you do lots of community service.
I refuse to believe that we died for nothing. Momo can wait forever for things to get better, but that is disrespectful to our comrades. Do you know that in my country it is illegal to be gay? That we have a morality police that forces people to act and dress as they dictate? It is not fair for future generations to have freedom when this generation must suffer. I died to make a difference.
I get what you're saying, Reza. I really do. I grew up in a country where the folks in power hurt anyone they could in deep, dark ways. It took a long time for things to get anywhere near as good as they are in the United States, and we still got a long way to go. I know it ain't fair for folks to suffer, and it ain't fair for us to die and have that suffering continue. But it's a fairness fallacy to think our dying is gonna move the needle, hermano. It's a risk.
Both of you are trying to tell me that I fought and died for nothing.
No?
We are doing nothing like that. You see threats everywhere, mon petit chaton. Does your mind never know peace?
Obviously not.
And you don't worry enough. You think I'm just an irrational child. You think my ideas are pointless.
Both of you are going right back to the mind reading again. Look, we gotta sort out where the truth is here, and something tells me we ain't gonna do it while we're all here in the same room. I'd like to talk to you two by your lonesome, so I know where you both are coming from. Does that sound good?
I don't want to stretch this out forever.
Reza, dear, you forget we are dead. Have patience. Cowboy, I think this is an excellent idea.
Well, why don't we start with you then? You can come visit next week, and then I can talk to Reza the week after. The same time work for you?
Yes, I am not busy.
All right. Now, Reza, you can hold on, right? I hope you two can schedule a nice date one of these evenings.
If Momo wants one.
Of course I want one, petit chouchou. We'll discuss it when we get home to our castle. Merci beaucoup, therapist. À la semaine prochaine.
You are fascinating to observe, my friend. You have a keen sense of when to cut in and when to let someone speak.
Heck, they showed me when to cut in pretty quickly. Them two are real good at getting on each other's nerves.
Long-term relationships are difficult for the undead. If you think the 7-year itch is bad, imagine a 700-year itch.
Oh, geez, no, I could not imagine.
Have you been in a relationship that long, Chief?
No, my longest was about 400 years. We were more than ready to kill each other, and indeed, that is exactly what happened. In retrospect, he wasn't that bad. I simply could not stand his constant hissing at me. But I am optimistic that you can prevent these two from suffering a similar fate.
I hope so. Them two are exhausting already.
Sam already wants to take a nap.
Why not go for a walk? It is a fine night out. I believe the mortals of the city are engaged in some sort of celebration. Perhaps you can see what has them so excited.
Well, that's a fine idea, Andy. You have a good night.
Oh, I plan on it. I must appreciate Crimson's fine ass as much as I can before she leaves for the United States.
No details needed. I'll get walking.
Rest in peace, my friend.
Sure is a fine evening. Mortals seem to be riled up about something. I can hear a lot of noise out there.
That is right.
Oh, hey, Bert. You know what's going on out there?
Amazing. He's not even in a suit now. He looks happy.
Really? Oh, I wouldn't have guessed. Oh, I see. Well, let me get this straight.
Little vampires falling down the well. Sure.
Well, little vampires falling down the well. Well, let's go get them. Oh, I must not have heard you right.
It's Buckfit.
Oh, what's this? Bach festival? People are really into Bach here. I never went in for that classical stuff. It's too many notes for the likes of me. All right, don't go reaching for your pitchfork. Maybe I'll go downtown and listen. Jeez, I guess I hit a sore spot. I'll head into the city and see if I can't find out what the deal is with this Bach fella. Oh, well, butter my biscuits. I think that's the man himself.
Yes, encased in iron or whatever. Bronze? Bronze is what they make of usually. Encased in bronze. It is actually his body in there.
Johann Sebastian Bach. Doesn't look like a fella I'd drink a beer with.
What are you talking about, cowboy? Bach is the coolest.
Oh, sorry. Didn't realize I was talking to myself. You gotta admit, though, fella looks like his dog left him a present on the couch.
What are you talking about? Bach is the man.
Yeah, a real man.
Somebody's mic wasn't great.
Oh yeah, I would fuck him.
We just got out the Bach concert. They played all the hits.
Jumping Jehoshaphat, what the hell was that?
Der Barasser.
Der Bachhasser.
Der Barasser.
Okay, repeating the same thing does not tell me what it is.
Hasser?
Hairdresser's back?
It means the Bach-hater.
There is no such thing as a Bach hater. Everyone loved Bach.
I would fuck him.
Yeah, I picked up on that the first time. Is there someone out there who might have a bone to pick with Bach?
Dude, Bach is dead.
Oh, Bach is life, bro.
Why would anyone alive have a problem with the greatest musician of all time?
Maybe they ain't alive.
Whoa, that is deep.
Maybe this is one of our kind in need of help. I ought to track them down. I'll ask these kids some questions. So when does this scream happen?
When Bach's spirit is pleased.
Then Der Bachhasser is one of our music god's most famous pieces.
A total loser.
A rude person.
Hey, labeling is a pretty rude thing to do, you know. Maybe someone had a legitimate beef with Bach. I'm sure he wasn't all good.
Shh, he didn't mean it.
Has anyone ever seen the Screamer?
There is a legend that a ghost haunts the streets of Leipzig.
I heard it was a giant rat.
Wearing a hat. It was definitely wearing a hat.
I feel like you guys are on drugs.
Who wears the hat?
I'm just gonna fade into the darkness here. Why would anyone hate Bach?
Maybe they don't like Lutherans.
It's because they hate music and our freedom.
They don't like Bach because they hate your freedom?
I think it must be another composer.
Richard Wagner was here.
Oh, the poser.
The nuts.
The Nazi poser.
Being a Nazi poser is the worst.
I agree.
I think I've got some idea of what might be going on here. Potentially.
Yeah? Are you going to hunt down their Bachhasser, cowboy?
I was thinking about it. Sounds like a soul in trouble if I ever heard one. Based on what you told me, I think I can piece together the real story. Not everything these kids said makes sense. I better get this right or we'll be here all night.
We're gonna be here all night.
It's something wearing a hat.
Screams at the cost of a...
Who screams at Bach's popular music. And resents Bach.
So, what you're saying is...
The screamer is wearing a hat.
Who is irritated by Bach's greatest hits?
Because they resent a classical music god.
That sounds most logical. You must find their Bachhasser.
And capture them.
Yeah, like the rat they are.
Please stop talking.
We already agreed it is not a rat.
Hold your horses there. I don't have to do a damn thing. I hope I can help this creature, but not because I should. I just want to.
Hammer.
Empathy. It's so hot.
Yeah, super hot.
I ain't ready to go on the hunt just yet. I've got some resting to do. I'm sure this ghost of Leipzig can wait.
He usually disappears when the festival ends. I hope you catch him, cowboy.
Yo, wanna get fucked?
No.
We hope you find their buffers.
You back on too. Tarnation, this city really goes all out for back. Let's meet someone out there real sore. Well, I can't help anyone without rest. I can wait a little longer. I'll best get home to my coffin. Ugh, see you next time, Leipzig.
Good evening, Samuel. Have you been enjoying your adventures in Leipzig?
Yeah, I suppose so. Folks seem to be in good spirits. They really like this Bach fella.
You don't like Bach?
Nah, I guess it ain't my style. Kinda showy, ain't it, with all them notes and all?
Perhaps you needed to be a part of the zeitgeist. It is hard to express what Bachmania was like in the 1730s. The screaming of teenage girls was unbearable. They would faint when they even caught a glimpse of the man. I favor his later works, however, even if they were more experimental. Perhaps you just need to hear it live.
Yeah, maybe.
So, you are seeing our revolutionary Frenchman tonight, yes?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him alone. Reza seemed pretty quick to offend. This might be a more peaceful session.
I certainly hope so. From the last session, what cognitive distortion of Momo's do you think gets in the way of his relationship?
Didn't you say when it comes to couples, it's mind reading?
Yes, of course, but I sense there is a distortion that affects Momo alone more keenly. What is it?
He's being always right, ain't he? He seems like a smart fellow who's lived through a lot, but he doesn't know everything.
Excellent, Samuel. I knew you would recognize this pattern. What other distortions would you like to have in mind tonight?
Maybe?
Well, let's go with these.
Very well, my friend. Let us see what Momo has to reveal tonight.
Bonsoir, mon ami américain.
Bonsoir. Good seeing you again, Momo. How are you tonight?
What a question. How am I? I am dead. I am much the same as I was last night, and I expect I shall be the same tomorrow.
I was just exchanging pleasantries.
You do not have to do this. Death makes us free men, does it not? Let us not be bound by mortal society's expectations.
Well, I like pleasantries.
Oh, come now. You are simply bound by an outdated social contract that dictates how we must greet each other. It is a form of oppression I know well. It is my field of study, after all.
Compadre, only I get to decide how I feel about pleasantries, and I reckon this idea about oppression is your own. What's wrong with being polite anyway? We're all living on this planet together.
And how does it improve our relationship if we waste several minutes talking about the weather or what sort of television we're watching?
It's not a waste. It's you trying to connect to another human being so that you start a relationship off of a platform. Yes. Just a form of connection. like there's pleasantries, and then there's small talk. Small talk is a little bit different, in my opinion. Because some people just want small talk. They don't want to dive deeper. But if you just met somebody, how else are you going to, like, start building a friendship? But by talking about the weather or what sort of television you're watching, you gotta find common ground.
We can talk about anything at all, and we choose to say, "Howdy, nice weather we are having." We are intelligent, introspective beings. Let us not talk of things. Let us talk of ideas. Let us speak with purpose.
If that's what'll work best for you, amigo, sure, let's talk plain. What's going on with you and Reza, really? It seems his feelings are pretty hurt.
I'll wait until the ads are done. I didn't see the thing pop. Bum bum. $30 seconds. Woo!
Yes, well, it is a relief to meet alone. You're so emotional. It's charming in its own way, but it is also exhausting. I remember what it was like to be him, to believe that I could construct a new world order. He is a sweet-hearted fool, much as I was. One cannot make others listen to reason. They must find it on their own.
Reza has made it clear that he does not appreciate name-calling, yet Momo persists in doing.
He is a sweet-hearted fool.
Reza has made.
He is a sweet-hearted fool.
Reza has made it.
He is a sweet.
Reza.
He is.
Hombre, I think you're right on the money.
First try.
Folks do have to find their way, but it ain't foolish to have hope. Part of the reason Reza gets so upset is because you're labeling him. Maybe you're comfortable with labeling yourself, but you don't get to decide how he feels about it.
I am trying to teach him what we already know as older men. There is no reason for him to throw himself at his enemies over and over again.
I get that, but didn't you just say that folks have to find their own way? Is calling them fools the right way to do that?
I hope he develops some thicker skin. But I suppose I can lighten my words a little.
What do you mean, Donut? I mean, you just said they're trying to make an RP walk guild. What do you and then say you have no idea? You okay? You hit your head? I don't understand what you're trying, like I guess I'm missing context. Yeah, I understand that it probably had to do with Darkside. I mean, like, firstly, I guess, you have an issue with an RP walk guild? Like, the whole Darkside thing is based on roleplay. Like, it's kind of their shtick. Everybody roleplays there. Well, most everybody. Just kind of their thing. If it's not for you, you don't have to stick around. I just figured it's better to have an active guild actually working towards things rather than you trying to force people to do the things like you were trying to do on the other server. Yeah. I mean, like, do you have an issue with the roleplay? I mean, I want to point out, like, you caught during therapy time. I am going to super analyze this. Yeah, it's silliness. Enjoy the silliness. It's great. It's fun. I like being around people who are like that. Kind of keeps me young. Even though most of the people are like 30 and up.
I like that he is a freedom fighter, you know. In France, we value freedom more highly than anything else.
Oh, I didn't know that. Maybe we should have called French fries freedom fries, huh?
Mon ami, your politicians did exactly this thing. I found it quite a compliment. Of course, I cannot eat a potato, but I appreciated the sentiment.
Yeah, but French fries aren't even from France.
I love that Reza wants freedom, but he does not understand yet that his war is unwinnable. I'm simply trying to help him avoid frustration.
Why are you saying his war is unwinnable?
Because he is naive. He is a communist, you know, the sweet boy. He truly believes in the collective because he does not understand that there will never be a collective. I made the same mistake in life myself. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. But fraternité, c'est impossible. The privileged first and second estates shall never have common cause with the lower classes, and they can never be eliminated either.
Is that labeling? No.
Always and never are terms we like to...
The privileged first and...
Compadre, I ain't sure I understand all this estate stuff you're talking about, but what I do understand is a heck of a lot of extremes. Impossible and never are pretty extreme descriptions. I've seen a hell of a lot of shit while walking in nature I used to think could never happen.
You believe I am using the polar sinking cognitive distortion, yes?
Nosferatu thinking, yeah.
Oh, well, I like to call it Nosferatu thinking.
Cute. Very well, Nosferatu thinking. We know that Nosferatu thinking does not apply when there is a true binary, though, yes? I will amend my statement. In our current form, humanity cannot merge its clergy, landowners, and commoners. Brotherhood, fraternité, it is pure comedy. The comedy, of course, is that Louis says, Reza, and even I all believe the same fiction right to the grave. We cannot eliminate the classes. No one created the ancien regime that separated lords and peasants. It was inevitable.
Maybe you'd better explain this funny French stuff to me. Let me ask you some questions. You mentioned this ancien regime thing. What's that mean in English?
It means the old regime, the old order, feudalism essentially. Society was run by the king in the capital, the church in Rome, and the local lord. We lived in small communities, blissfully ignorant of the concept of liberty. Our lords provided stability, and the church provided comfort. It worked pretty well for 600 years, until the church and the lords decided we peasants were too smelly to be around.
We peasants? Do you consider yourself a peasant?
Clever boy. No. I am clearly bourgeois. But we must have common cause, cowboy. We, the peasants, and the bourgeoisie are, as they say in your country, the 99%, oui?
I ain't so sure vampires fit into the 99% or the 1% as dead men, but let's not spend too much time on definitions. Hold on, you keep mentioning these estates like I have any earthly clue what they are. You gotta slow down there, hombre.
It's simple. The estate was the official hierarchy of French society before the Revolution, the time of peasants and kings. The first estate was the clergy, the second estate the aristocracy, the church and the king and lords. Both of these estates paid no taxes and owned much of the country. The third estate was literally everyone else, the ruled class, the tax-paying class. When the king called the estates together, the third estate had but a single vote to represent the people.
Wait a minute, that's bullpucky. That's 2 against 1 by default.
Ah, bravo! The cowboy understands the brutal, inevitable reality of class systems.
Hey, come on, I come from a society where we don't have these estate things.
Oh, that's not true.
Oh, mon cher enfant de ténèbres, you have so much to learn still.
There's a lot I don't know. I ain't ashamed of that. In fact, I think I got some more questions for you. What's your beef with King Louis?
Ah, our last king, sweet Louis XVI. When I was alive, I believed him to be the symbol of everything I hated as part of the tax-paying class. In retrospect, he had too tender an heart to be king. I believe he actually wanted his subjects to be happy. But we would never be happy again, not without his head. That at least he gave us.
What's with you people and chopping off heads?
You people? Not very politically correct of you, mon ami.
I didn't mean anything by it. Just seems funny to me.
It's symbolism. You have symbolism in your country, yes? We had 3 estates, and much like the Hydra, it had too many heads. If we did not cut them off, tyranny would never die.
Well, you could have written some poetry instead, maybe. But anyway.
Nah, the only way things change is through, well, I won't say all violence, but violence and inconvenience.
I think I can follow what you're saying now. So you're saying that Rez is naive because he thinks the classes can see each other as equals.
Exactement. This is what he is too young to understand. He believes his revolution can succeed, and he hates when I try to explain to him that it never will.
Yeah, but he's got a dream, and you're literally kind of shitting on it. Oh.
In 1792, we founded the first French Republic, created in liberty for the good of all our people for all time. It lasted 7 years before we had an emperor. France is in its 5th republic now. How long will this one last? Not forever. It is, of course, doomed.
cut in there, Bronco. You're speaking with a heck of a lot of certainty here that the Republic is doomed.
You can't be serious. Are you suggesting that 3,000 years from now, France will still be in its glorious Fifth Republic?
Hold on.
Perhaps we will start a Martian colony that will be the center of trade in the solar system. And of course, we will speak space French.
You're putting words in my mouth. I'm just pointing out that you can't tell the future, and doom ain't necessarily the end of every republic. Couldn't the Republic change to adjust to a new reality, maybe? Or heck, maybe there is an itty-bitty chance the Republic actually will be kicking around on Mars.
Very well, it is a wager. If the Fifth French Republic is still here in the year 5024, I will give you my finest bottle of blood. Ah, but poor Reza, he still believes, in spite of thousands of years of history screaming the truth at him. He is angry at me for pointing out the truth to him. But why should he be angry with me? I did nothing but show him reality.
No.
Does Reza truly become angry all on his own?
He is angry at me for pointing out the truth.
Does Reza...
He is angry.
Hombre, I think you're doing a little mind reading there. How do you know it's the truth Reza's mad about?
Because when I tell him the truth about his pointless revolution, he becomes upset.
You're literally shitting on his dreams.
Well, maybe he's upset because of the way you're telling him the truth. Maybe he doesn't think the truth is helpful.
Am I supposed to let him deny reality? No. This is intellectually dishonest. How can he learn from me if I lie?
Sometimes letting people believe things that aren't in your perception reality helps them move forward.
Momo, you ain't Reza's daddy.
Oh, now you are doing the mind reading, mon ami. But Reza is most irritating. He is angry that I do not share his passion. He seems to believe that I should still be chanting on the streets, bayonet in hand. What are you doing for the cause? You just sit there doing nothing. Of course, I had to banish him to the other side of the castle, just for a little peace. Any good dear Reza can achieve is trifling at best. Let him have his silly, pointless little revolution. I already had mine. It is a shame, really. You know, when we first met, he idolized me.
How so?
The revolutionaries of his time looked up to the French. The bourgeoisie of Iran studied Rousseau, Montesquieu, and Voltaire, and were awakened. And dear Reza, he studied me. I was something of an intellectual celebrity to him. You see, I am no Rousseau. Through the simplification of language and the power of the printed word, I united the bourgeoisie and the peasantry. There could be no revolution without both.
So, like, catchphrases? Tippecanoe and Tyler too? Or what was Andrew Jackson's catchphrase? Oh yeah, engines go home.
That is the stupidest thing I've heard in at least 80 years. Did Andrew Jackson actually say that?
Yeah.
I think it was more something his supporters said. Caught on, though.
Just because I wrote to the common people doesn't mean I wrote trash. I wrote truth, and I wrote it well. Everyone was waiting to see what I wrote next in the revolutionary newspaper, Le Père Duchesne. In many ways, I was the people's voice.
I think we are entering Edmund Keane territory here, my friend.
I wrote truth.
I think we are
I wrote truth.
I think we are entering
I wrote...
Amigo, I ain't never seen a big group of folk ever totally agree on anything. You can't really think folks were waiting on your every word.
Mon ami, we sold more than 10,000 copies per newspaper. There was no other publication with such a wide circulation at the time.
I reckon there were more than 10,000 folks in France at the time, though, right? And I reckon you had a few enemies.
Aren't you doing the little trick of disqualifying the positive, though? I have heard you speak of such a distortion.
I think you know I ain't doing that. But I ain't gonna mind read. Do you think I was disqualifying your positive by saying not everyone was waiting to hear from you?
Very well. No. Not everyone was waiting to hear from me. I had a particular target. I cater to the intellectual, but I do not mean it in an exclusive sense. You see, when I called for égalité, equality, I meant it. There are men and women of every class whose minds are ready to be opened. It was to them that I wrote. It was the sleeping intellectual who needed to hear from me. The commoner had been lulled into a centuries-long slumber by the church.
For someone who claims to be on the side of the commoner, Momo paints.
It was the sleeping intellectual who needed to hear.
For someone who.
It was the.
Now, hold on there, fella. I think you're overgeneralizing about commoners like me. It ain't fair to suggest we're all sleeping. We don't choose to be poor and exploited. That's just the luck of the draw. Pardon me for saying so, but you're making it sound like you've got all the answers, and we're simpletons just waiting to hear them.
Fine, I admit it. I am bourgeois. I do not see things as the commoner sees them, much as I would like to believe I am empathetic enough to do so. But it does not matter. At least I recognize that commoners and the bourgeoisie needed common cause. You are truly a most vexatious vampire.
Oh no, I'm pointing out your fallacy.
You ain't the first vampire to call me that.
Yes, I know. My friend Edmund Keane was the one who told me about you. I am not sure what you did to that man, but you certainly had an effect.
It just showed him a little reality, that's all. Sounds like we're both in the same business, huh?
We're in the same business. I recognize the futility, relative futility of that work now. Still, I came to you because I also value reality. That was one of the other things about me that used to earn Reza's affection.
How do you mean?
I am a man of reason. I believe in no gods. There is only one God, and that is the God that resides within us, the capacity to reason. God is the little gray cells within our skulls, and I revere the human mind. In my time, I was part of a cult. The cult of reason, we called it. Alas, reason seems to be dead these days. The only place where I can find like-minded people is on Sedit.
Sedit?
It's a forum website. There is one in particular dedicated to atheism that has similarly enlightened people. They remind me so much of my compatriots in our great revolution. We knew the value of the first estate, the clergy. No value at all. Why worship God? We should worship ourselves.
Hold on a sec there. Maybe reason was a fine enough God for you, but some of us are looking for something greater than ourselves. That ain't a bad thing. Having a faith doesn't mean we're radicals. Sometimes it just means we're looking for some order and purpose in a crazy world.
Ugh, don't tell me you're an Abrahamist.
I ain't never said I was. My faith is my business, personal to me alone. But we ain't ever gonna find common cause of your judgment.
Oh, hang on. I'll turn fish on. I'm pretty sure it's fine as long as it's not ashes. No, too late. I'm turning it on. There you go. Watch. Barracuda. Oh, I see that it's in 2 different places for. That. Okay. Yeah, double fish. Not no more. No.
I will not deny that you seem somewhat rational. Perhaps not in your dress, but your thought.
Wow, judging me for how I dress? How dare you? Look at you.
But still, why should it be dangerous to find faith in myself? It was for this truth that I had my head cut off by my own compatriots. They thought this faith too radical. Reza watched radical Islamists take over his revolutionary movement. They killed him for being a homosexual or for being a communist. It does not matter which.
I think it matters some.
Not really. They feared Reza simply for being himself. It is no surprise that he was fascinated by the cult of reason and the church of the self. He believes, as I did, that religion must be crushed in order for the people to gain their liberty.
But you've softened your opinion a little, it sounds like.
No, not at all. But religion, much like class, is resistant to extermination. All religion is extremism. That is what gives it its resiliency. There is nothing we can do about that.
All religion is the same to Momo, but is it so? I doubt the faithful would agree with this theory.
No, not at all. But religion, much like...
All religion...
No, that's giving up, partner. Power corrupts, ain't no secret about that. But whether it's the feds or the church or a company, there's always going to be corrupt elements. But if we sit back and say, that's the way things are going to be, well, we're surely going to be proven right. That kind of Nosferatu thinking is a good way of giving up control. And that's a way to make sure the bad guys are the ones running the show.
Yes, of course. I do not disqualify the positive of what I did. We did temper extreme elements in both the first and second estates. Religion, like the state, simply needed a correction. The French Revolution was a correction. But power will always need correction. And it is the oppressed who must do the correcting. I admit it. There is an element to what Reza says about me that is true. I am a sellout in a way. But the truth is that I am exhausted. When I was alive, oh, how I burned for liberty, just as Reza burns. And he is so fucking hot when he burns. He really does remind me of myself. But reason must come before passion, lest we become the monsters we seek to depose. And my reason says to me, Momo, let your exhaustion be a lesson. Power will also burn itself. There is no need to fight.
If what Momo says were true...
And my reason says...
I don't think you're entirely wrong there. It ain't healthy to keep trying to climb onto a horse that's too big for us. But you might be letting that emotion tell you a truth of convenience. Just because you're feeling tired, does that mean the fight ain't worth fighting?
I can see why Edmund had such difficulty with you. Perhaps I have been forcing my personal truth upon Reza, but I only aim to protect him. The poor boy burns himself in the flames of his passion. I did the same. I know what is best for him because I did the same thing myself.
What is good for Momo?
The poor boy...
Compadre, I got no doubt that you've had your own hard realizations about what you need to find peace. And I got no doubt them realizations are right for you. But you're a man of reason, so I'll lay it to you straight. Maybe what's right for you ain't right for Reza. Maybe it ain't right for him now. Maybe it won't ever be right for him. He's a lot younger than you and me. He ain't found his peace yet. It took me 90 years of walking in the woods to find mine. Maybe he won't need to do that, but he's gonna find his peace in his own way, in his own time.
Damn it. Yes, well reasoned, and again, most vexatious.
I've got that tendency.
It's just so damned odd. Ironic, isn't it? The thing that I find most frustrating about him is what makes me want to ravish him. Well, what do you think we should do then? My wisdom was what brought him to my castle doors. If my wisdom is pointless,
I ain't here to tell you what to do. If I've helped you reflect on some stuff, that's my job done, and I can't do more than that.
Yeah, it's your choice as to what to do with the things you learned about your own self, right?
Cleverly played again, cowboy. Very well. I suppose all I can do for now is wait and see if his blood cools a little after you talk to him. But don't calm him too much. I like them spicy.
I'll talk to him the same way I've been talking to you, friend. I think that's our time. Next time I'll see you two together, all right?
Of course, I shall be patient. We have all the time in the world, after all. Well, I thank you for the frank and well-reasoned discussion. A bientôt. Or since we are dead men in Germany, a bientôt? Huh? Oh, merde. Tot means dead in German. Please try to learn a language. Au revoir, cowboy.
I do so enjoy watching you work, my friend. Even the most intellectual sorts are no match for your honesty.
Well, I ain't gonna play them at their own game, that's for sure. Maybe I'll go back to school and pick up a few PhDs eventually, but I ain't in no rush.
If you need a recommendation for any school, simply ask. I have connections at many of them. I assume I can trust you to not try dating the college mortals. They are scarcely out of high school.
Ain't my way, Chief. All the young mortals can talk about is their favorite music, and their favorite music sucks more than we do.
You are not wrong about that, my dear. I fear the algorithm has taken to songwriting as well these days.
Oh, a bunch of boomers.
Are you spending a night on the town tonight? The Bach Festival is in full swing.
Yeah, that's my plan. I'm still looking for whoever's got this beef with Bach. Seems like they're in a pretty bad way.
They aren't your responsibility, Samuel, you know.
Yeah, I know, but you know me, I love me some complicated folk.
That you do. Very well, Samuel. I wish you happy hunting. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Andy. Not sure Momo needs a therapist if he already knows everything. Well, at least I can listen to some nice music. That Bach Festival's probably rollicking like a Saturday night saloon. Hey there, Johan. Doesn't look like you're in a good mood tonight. Mad about that Bach Hasser, huh? You must have pissed them off something fierce to keep them mad for 400 years.
Are you talking to yourself?
Old habit. Spent a lot of time alone.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Was just having a chat with the big man here.
I do not think he would understand English. Would you like me to translate for you?
Rena, can't be sitting there. Come on. Come on. Come on. On the bed. Rena, come on. Up. Up.
Oh, that's all right. Just idle musings. It's right friendly of you, though.
If an American in a cowboy hat is taking an interest in Bach, I must encourage him. I'm Sebastiana.
Well, howdy, Sebastiana. I'm Sam. You a big Bach fan?
You could say that. I'm a musicology student at the University of Leipzig. I'm writing my thesis on how Johann Sebastian Bach was the original punk rock musician. Punk is all about being a rebel, defying authority and kicking ass. That was certainly Bach.
Bach kicked ass? How's that?
Bach wrote virtuoso music, music that is meant to be performed by the best of the best musicians. And he demanded perfect performances.
Too bad there ain't no kind of way to tune recordings, huh?
There is, Alter. It is called autotune.
Well, that sounds mighty fine. Maybe that auto-tune might make me a better singer.
You should not say these things in his presence.
How's a guy who did a bunch of church music a rebel?
I'm so happy you asked. I love talking about this stuff. In 1717, at age of 22, Bach was already the Concertmeister of Duke Johann Ernst III of Weimar. He should have been Kapellmeister, but the Duke gave the position to his friend Johann Drese's son. Bach was furious that he, as a superior composer, had been overlooked, and accepted a job from the Duke's rival, Prince Leopold. When Duke Ernst found out, he threatened to throw Bach in jail, and Bach said, "Fuck you, motherfucker." Bach stayed in prison for a month before he was released. Now, we all know about him. But what do we know about Duke Johann Ernst?
You mess with the wrong guy.
That's right, he messed with the wrong guy.
Didn't he do a bunch of organ music? You know,
Oh, Sam.
The Sex Pistols just played guitar music. Joan Jett just rocked the house every night.
I don't know who them folks are, and I reckon I don't want to know what kind of bullets a Sex Pistol shoots.
Have you been sleeping for 50 years or something?
Yes.
Something like that.
Bach said fuck you to contemporary church music. There's nothing more punk rock than that.
Sounds like Bach was a pretty tough customer.
He just took no bullshit. That's what punk rock is all about. His children were very lucky to have him as a teacher. But I've been talking so much about Meister Bach. I get excited if anyone will listen.
Well, listening's kind of my job.
I'm just happy to talk about my thesis. Not everyone loves Bach somehow.
Actually, that's why I'm here. I'm looking for this Bachhasser person.
The Bach hater? I know about them. Look at the posters behind you. They struck again last night.
Johann Sebastian bitch. That's pretty funny.
No, it is not funny at all.
Well, I hear Germans have a different sense of humor.
It's not funny. It's stupid.
All right, well, what's the other stuff say?
Bach is saying I have a shit son. And the big words say, bad father.
Uh-oh.
You said his kids were lucky to have him as a teacher, though, didn't you?
Of course they were. He wrote the Well-Tempered Clavier not only as brilliant music, but to teach his children. See, I have this piece of sheet music I've been studying with me. It is Johann Sebastian Bach having a musical competition with his son, Wilhelm.
Yikes.
Oh yeah? Who won?
Are you serious? Johann destroyed his son.
Dang, he was a tough fella. Maybe he did some damage to his kids.
That's ridiculous. He was a wonderful father. He got Wilhelm a highly competitive job at Sophienkirche in Dresden, when he did not even apply for it. I would not call that ein schlechter Vater.
I would, because it sounds like he forced his kids into stuff. They didn't want to do it.
Well, he sounds kind of overbearing. Maybe one of his kids could be this Bachhasser.
Even if that were the case, they would all be dead now.
Well, that doesn't stop some folk.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. I'm just making a joke.
And you say Germans have a bad sense of humor.
I didn't mean to cause offense, ma'am. I'm just trying to track down this Bachhasser person.
I'm sorry. I live for Bach. I get a little defensive of a dead man.
Well, sometimes dead men deserve a little compassion, too.
Well, I apologize. It was not very punk rock of me. I must go listen to a performance, but I hope you have an excellent Bachfest.
Thanks, Sebastiana. Fine meeting you. I bet my last dollar that this Bachhasser is one of them Bach kids. Now I just gotta find him, but some other night maybe. I think my coffin's calling me. Been a long night already. Well, Bach, sir, I hope you're feeling a little less grumpy next time. Adios, muchacho.
Good evening, Samuel. It is a beautiful night, is it not? What need have we for the sun when the moon is so lovely?
I decided to visit Joey Bach. I met another fan who talked my ear off. Something's feeling off around here. I get that Bach was a poser and what. I ain't never been too comfortable worshiping, live or dead. Seems to me Bach wasn't exactly the type of dad to give out lots of hugs and forgiveness. Hey, that's what my daddy issues talking. I think of it, I'll have daddy issues. Maybe.
You're in good spirits tonight, Chief. What's got you in a good mood?
Truthfully, it is you, dear Samuel. I have enjoyed our chats immensely, even when they have been difficult. You put me very much at ease. I can see why your clients bond with you so quickly.
Oh, shucks, I'm just folks. Ain't nothing special about it.
Just folks? Don't disqualify the good of your radiant humanity, my friend. You are meeting with Reza tonight, yes? He will be delighted to commune with just folks.
I sure hope so. Last time I saw him, he was bluer in a winter sky.
He feels alone. I am certain you will show him his common nocturnality with other vampires. What distortion do you think plagues him most?
I reckon he's doing a heck of a lot of emotional reasoning. That fella's hurt. Even a one-eyed dog can see that.
You are certainly correct, but what leads to this hurt? What makes him so resentful?
It's fairness fallacies, ain't it? He's mad as heck that the world ain't kind to so many folk.
Exactly, Samuel. He is still young at 71, and the unfairness inherent in society affects him more keenly. What other distortions would you like to have in mind tonight?
Seems like these are a good fit, right?
I am sure all of these distortions will be present in one form or another. Trust your instincts, my friend. I will leave you to it.
Some more of this disgusting Pepsi.
All right, I'm ready for some therapy. Here he comes. Salam there, Reza.
Salam.
Can I get you anything to drink? We got blood from all sorts here.
I'm not thirsty.
You want to jump right in then? I'm sure we got lots to talk about.
Is there? Momo told me how your session with him went. We all know I'm just a foolish baby.
Did he say that? Because he wasn't supposed to say that.
Fella, you've just started talking and already you're scorching yourself with a big old branding iron there. No one said you were a baby. And even if they did, I thank you kindly not to join them. It ain't gonna do you no good.
I am still upset though. How would you feel if every other vampire treated you like a child?
I'd feel upset too. I think I'd have a damn good reason to feel that way. But that doesn't mean I gotta join them in bullying myself.
Fine. Older vampires make me feel like a baby though. All I ever wanted was freedom for my people, and because of that I got treated like a child.
That's a noble goal, Reza. I think every human being on this earth wants freedom.
But I already hear it in your voice. You think it's cute that I want something impossible to get.
I'll thank you not to try to read my mind, amigo. I meant it. It's a noble goal. I spoke my mind so you wouldn't have to read it.
But because you are old, you give up on the idea of freedom, just like all elderly vampires.
Reza, buddy, you ain't met half the old vampires out there. If you had, you'd know I'm a young buck myself in vampire terms. You're doing a little overgeneralizing there. You wouldn't like it if vampires younger than you thought of you as a boomer, right?
Dr. Sarat, I'm not a boomer.
Well, when were you born?
In 1953. Oh, but that doesn't make me a boomer. I'm a vampire.
No, that definitely makes you a boomer.
So you can see where that overgeneralizing might not be accurate, right? You're gonna see enemies everywhere if you're assuming what others are thinking.
I just feel as though I'm the only one who wants to keep fighting. Maybe I really should sell out the way Momo did.
Oh, let's cut to the chase then. If you really think Momo's a sellout, what are you doing with him?
I just keep hoping that the man I fell in love with is still there. He made the French Revolution happen. He got people, regular, common people, to stand up for themselves. He gave me hope that I could do the same thing.
Was that him or was that your idea of him?
I just thought that Momo would understand. He's a legend. He's so smart.
Well, how did you two meet?
I met him on Sedit's atheism forum. The way he wrote, it spoke to me in a way no one else could. He gave me perspective on what happened in my country. We didn't have an Sky Daddy to fight against, just our leader, the Shah. Momo explained to me why the revolution in my country failed where his didn't. The French understood the church was their enemy, but we let them be our comrades. The Ayatollah Khomeini told us the religious leadership would let the people govern Iran after the revolution, and we followed them like sheeple. Of course, the religious lied.
Well, slow down there, cowpoke. I gotta ask you about some of this stuff. What are sheeple?
They are people who act like sheep, following whoever tells them what to do. Khomeini only gained power because we gave it to him. God worshippers are very good at being sheeple. Momo and I bonded over talking about how silly they all are.
You and Momo use a lot of these funny terms. Sky Daddy and Sheeple and whatnot.
Everyone in the atheism said it does, because we aren't sheeple.
Oh yeah, but doesn't that by definition?
Yep, wouldn't want to go against the grain there. So, I ain't too familiar with your country's history. Why were you fighting the Shah?
He was an insecure Koschesh. He and his oligarch friends just wanted to get richer and richer and richer.
Want to take the time to log in.
He would have sold us and our oil to anyone, and did. To you and to so many other countries.
Hombre, I was wandering in the woods in the 1970s. Ain't got nothing to do with me, and I got no use for bubbling crude myself.
Well, your government did, and the Shah was happy to give it to them, while throwing students like me in jail for criticizing him.
You spent some time in the pokey too, huh? Spent a good chunk of time there myself.
An Iranian jail in the 1970s was a place where you were tortured if you were a dissident. They did a lot more than poking. They didn't even let me keep my sideburns. Animals.
Momo said your revolution failed. How's that? Isn't the Shah gone now?
Yes, Momo explained it all to me. I studied the French Revolution in school, of course. We all did. But Momo showed me our mistake. The French Revolution was the third estate against the first and second estates. But in Iran, we let the first estate into our movement.
The first estate's the church folk, right? And y'all made common cause with them?
Mosque people, but yes. We couldn't make the people revolt without them. But Momo says if that's true, we weren't ready for a revolution yet. Momo is so smart. I wish I could have met him in the 1970s, but he says we would have just done a lot of cocaine together.
I see. I see what's going on here.
Shucks, I remember when they sold that stuff in soda bottles. Why do you think they call them soda junkies? I think I get it. So, you two hit it off because you ain't fans of religion?
It was that at first, and then I found out who he actually was, and I was starstruck. He's Antoine Francois Momoreau. He published the revolutionary newspaper, and he was a vampire, killed by his fellow revolutionaries like me.
You too, huh? How did that happen?
It wasn't as poetic as cutting my head off. I was dancing in the disco with my comrades when they showed up.
5 minutes. Ads.
They shot me, the fools. The bullet hole on top is the one that killed me. I showed it to Momo during one of our video chats, and he started flirting with me.
Well, can't deny that you're in pretty good shape for a 71-year-old.
Sometimes being a vampire is pretty good. I was saved by one of my two-day brothers who turned out to be a vampire.
What happened today?
Today, the Communist Party in Iran. They're gone now. We either left Iran or Khomeini had us killed. At least the ones who could die.
Huh, I ain't never met a communist vampire before.
Why should we not be communist? If we live forever, we should commit ourselves to achieving equality for all.
You're drawing a hard line in the sand, Reza. What about you? What about what Reza needs and wants?
It isn't right for me to get what I need and want while the people of my country suffer.
But Reza, if you're looking for fairness in whatever direction, you're fighting an impossible war of expectations. I mean, heck, look at us. We're vampires. We gotta drink blood to survive. There's nothing fair about that, but it is what it is. We gotta manage these expectations if we're ever gonna find peace. Maybe you don't need to live in luxury, but you can give yourself a few comforts. You got endless time, amigo.
You don't understand. I can't wait that long. Do you know what being what I am is criminal in Iran?
They got a law against being vampires?
They have laws against ungodly things like being gay. They even have a law against disco. They come in and say, you can choose God or choose disco. You know what then? I choose disco. They try to stop me from being what I am. You Americans don't know what it's like. You're free to be whatever you want to be.
I feel like that's the outside looking in.
Compadre, I'll remind you that I'm over 200 years old, and I haven't considered myself straight for 100 years. Butt stuff was illegal even in California until the 1970s. Now, I ain't denying that what your government's doing is awful, but you gotta remember your common humanity. You're not the only one suffering, and it ain't up to you to save everyone who is suffering.
You sound just like Momo. Did you know that when he was alive, he was straight?
Nope, didn't come up. Most of our kind are pretty flexible on this stuff after 100 years, though.
Well, he didn't have to suffer. He had a wife. He was allowed to publicly make her into a goddess at the Festival of Reason. Unlike me, no one judged him. It is unjust.
You're saying you wish Momo had suffered for being straight? Reza, you gotta see that ain't healthy. Maybe you can see how if you're not careful, this striving for fairness can turn into striving for revenge. And let me tell you, revenge ain't got no ending.
I know. Momo Ro told me about the Reign of Terror, how they were cutting off everyone's heads until eventually they came for his. They killed him for being an atheist. It turned out the revolutionaries still wanted a sky daddy after all. But don't you see, he was so close. If Momo had kicked the god lovers out completely, the revolution would have succeeded forever. I know it. You and Momo sound exactly alike. Reza, you're being a child. Reza, you need to be more moderate. If people like me weren't fighting, they're...
Having lived through the Dark Ages, this is...
If people like...
Whoa there, compadre. I've known powerful folk in this world, real awful ones, that are wreaking havoc back home. But a new dark age is going a bit far, ain't it? You might not have seen progress in your lifetime, but people are making progress. Every century brings new ideas we can't help but build on. There ain't no going back completely. The country I was born in's got problems, no denying that. But nothing like the problems it had when I was a boy.
Whatever. That's the kind of thing Momo says. It's the same as Reza. You're a bad shape. Do you need your diaper changed? Meanwhile, Momo cares about the stupidest things. So what if I leave a little blood in the wine glass? It's just blood. Who cares if I don't wash the sheets? We don't sweat anyway.
Since we're about to do an ad break, I'm going to take a break. I have been streaming for 3.5 hours. So I will see you guys back in a couple minutes. Commercials with commercials.
Find this special can in 12 packs and cases of Miller Lite. It's your invitation to go.
Oh, it's 45,000 on the prizes. Details for Miller Lite. It's gold.
Man, it's gonna be a scream.
I think you'll like this house.
Isn't this supposed to be haunted?
Haunted? What an absurd idea. So, I mean, what would a ghost be doing here? Haunted.
David,
No other diet soft drink delivers the real cola taste of 1-calorie Diet Coke. The real one. It's lifting more and more spirits every day. The move is on to Diet Coke.
The Halloween event you must see.
Showtime.
The ultimate show.
Buffy, no!
For the ultimate scare. A Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I didn't leave that open.
You should be afraid to miss.
Goosebumps. Terror in the graveyard game. Goosebumps. Get through the graveyard alive or be changed into a monster. Goosebumps. Terror in the graveyard game. Collect spells. Avoid hidden traps. Find the magic ring. Defeat the headless ghost. I win! Goosebumps. Terror in the graveyard game.
Granola dip. I really dip. Granola dip. Chocolate and granola already in my whole granola dip.
Quaker Granola Dips, a hauntingly wholesome Halloween treat. Chewy granola dipped in real milk chocolate.
Chocolate and granola, lose my self-control. A granola dip.
The perfect treat for your little monsters.
Everybody's heading for Woolworth and Woolco to get set for Halloween. There's costumes of TV favorites like Wonder Woman and the Hulk. There's popular characters from Star Wars. And there's superheroes like Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, and many more at bare bones prices. $2.38 to $4.17. And there's Spook Sticks, Face Pops, Hallowitches, wrapped candy of every kind, all at the favorite Halloween haunts. Woolworth and Woolco.
Gosh, Burger Chef, it's Wolfburger the werewolf.
Where can I get delicious burgers? Where can I get fun food? Where, oh where?
At Burger Chef.
Where?
And now at participating Burger Chefs, you can buy fun meals that now come on Halloween magic meal trays. There's a magic trick in each fun meal. There are 10 different magic meal tricks you can collect.
Burger Chef, you're incredible.
Here's a good idea for Halloween, Wrigley's Gum. My kids love it, and it's the treat I approve of. That's because I know Wrigley's Spearmint, Double Mint, Juicy Fruit, or Big Red Gum is a wholesome treat for kids. It won't spoil their appetites. Each stick is neatly wrapped, ready to hand out, and there's great value in a variety of package sizes. I like this new 50-stick bag. Wrigley's Gum is the best idea for Halloween.
Get the wholesome Halloween treat kids love. Wrigley's Gum.
Hey, I'm no numbskull, so call me at 1-900-909-2233, and you'll hear the funniest monster jokes like, what's a vampire's favorite sport? Basketball. Or the one about the ghoul who missed her mummy. You'll also find out how to get these scary street signs featuring my friends Dracula, Wolfman, and Frankenstein. It costs $2.45 for a 2-minute message, so ask your mom or dad if it's okay before you call 1-900-909-2233. I'm dying to make you laugh.
I just love Halloween.
Mono, what's my costume?
Well, we already have a daddy, so how about a mummy?
Where's your costume, Ronald?
What am I going to be for Halloween?
Yo, Ronnie, how about a clown?
Hey, Ronald, what are those things you're wearing?
My trick-or-treat safety cups. They're shiny aluminum foil with bright orange stripes, so they reflect light.
Neat! Where'd you get them?
Right at McDonald's. This Halloween, be sure you're all wearing McDonald's trick-or-treat safety cups. Children should be seen and not hurt.
Great costumes, everybody.
What are you going to be, Ronald?
Well, I could be a goldfish in a goldfish bowl. A chocolate-covered marshmallow.
That's silly.
Oh, what am I gonna be? For Halloween?
The twins?
What do you want, Ronald?
A Halloween costume. Nice choice.
And you big copycat.
Ronald makes it magic.
Humans, we've come for your freaky floats.
What's the magic word?
Well, blast your puny planet to smithereens.
It was trick or treat.
I was going to say that next. Yeah. Orange and vanilla. This will please the Alien Federation.
The Simpsons are back haunting Burger King. Now in every big kid's meal you can get a Simpsons creepy classic. Each has a kooky spooky screen. You can collect all 10 if you dare. Float sold separately.
Did I scare you? Well, if you really want to be frightened, call me at 1-900-909-3344. I'll tell you a different spooky story every day. When you call, you'll find out how to get one of these gruesome little ruffy creatures, and part of your $2.35 2-minute call will go to Special Olympics. So get your parents' permission and call me at 1-900-909-3344, unless you're afraid of monsters, vampires, and ghosts.
It's the Pizza Head Show.
Hey, everybody! I'm on my way to Pizza Hut to get a Goosebumps Kids Pack. Yay!
Almost there.
Hey, this isn't the right way.
Well, Scarecrow Steve says it is.
He's no scarecrow.
Sure he is.
Uh-oh, I think I woke the neighbors.
Look, Pizza Head, you'll be perfectly safe in there.
Okay.
Relax, the Goosebumps guys just want you for dinner. See you in the next lifetime. Now you can collect one of 3 ghoulish Goosebumps glow and tell story card sets when you buy a Pizza Hut Kids.
There'll be magic in the air when you join your favorite hair. Friends coming from far and near.
Pity it only comes once a year.
There's lots of fun to be seen on Bugs Bunny's Halloween Wednesday.
What strange creatures are lurking in the night? Ah, skull face, mummy face too. Oh, ghoul face. What a frightful sight. Yes, Mom, this Halloween your kids can have fun creating their own scary disguise with Kooky Spooks makeup. They just smear it on. When the makeup dries, it cracks to make them look really old and ghoulish. Add in the sheet and the costume's complete. Kooky Spooks makeup kits, 6 frightening disguises to choose from.
There's goblins, there's ghouls, there's pirates about. Halloween's coming, the trick-or-treaters are out. But look at that witch on Halloween night. She's the first one with a blinking pumpkin light. Pumpkin light flashes so everyone knows she is near. Pumpkin light makes Halloween safer and scarier this year. And pumpkin light safer for a spooky pumpkin too. Just pop it right in and watch your pumpkin go boo.
Pumpkin Light is available at Osco, Purity Supreme, Spags, and Leewards.
Coming.
I'm ice cream.
I didn't deserve to be banished to the other side of the castle for a few bloody goblets. Momo is the one who turns it.
I believe Reza is using his virtue as a shield against household responsibilities. He has some part to play in his relationship woes.
I didn't.
Maybe it wasn't too fair for Momo to banish you, and there are plenty of boyfriends out there who get rewarded for being layabouts. The good, the bad, and the ugly of it all is that the universe doesn't give a damn about who's good, bad, or ugly.
I'm discovering that. I know Momo is rewarded more for his investments than he ever was for sparking his revolution. Nobody's going to give me a castle for fighting the good fight, but for Momo, it's easy to be rich. Just don't understand how he can care about things like stuff and property. He was supposed to be egalitarian. Just don't understand how he can care about things like stuff and property. He was supposed to be egalitarian. Maybe I am no better. Look at me, I live in a castle now. Some revolutionary I am. Maybe my people are suffering because of me. All people like...
Hermano, I've got some good news and some bad news. The bad news is, one man ain't gonna be the hero that brings liberty and justice for all. The good news is, one man ain't gonna be the hero that brings liberty and justice for all. I know we're already cold and dead, but you can afford to chill a little. We've only got one on life. You deserve a little comfort.
Why should I have comfort? What have I done for my people other than die? Please, my getting shot changed nothing. But Momo is a legend. He defined the language of the 99%. What did I do? I died. Big deal.
Just qualifying the positive.
Why are you comparing yourself to Momo? Momo's Momo and Reza's Reza. You ain't never gonna be the man Momo was. Only Momo could do that. And nobody's ever gonna be the man you are, Reza.
I feel disrespected, which confirms for me that Momo doesn't respect me. And why doesn't he? Because I accomplished so much less than he did.
Reza's guilt over the ending of his revolution.
I feel disrespected, which
Reza's guilt over the
Amigo, you're thinking with your heart there, not your head. You're feeling disrespected, but that feeling doesn't make reality. Why did Momo start dating you in the first place?
He said it was because he admired my fire. That I made him feel alive again.
Well, that doesn't sound like disrespect to me. So why are you reading his mind?
Okay, fine. Maybe you're right. Maybe he does respect me a little bit. I think I just feel so small compared to Momo.
Stop comparing yourself.
Momo got to do so much in his life. I didn't have the chance to do much of anything. I was only 25 years old when I died. It's not right.
Reza, buddy, you're comparing a lot of things. You're comparing yourself to Momo. You're comparing your short life to the long lives of others. What's it doing for you, friend? I know it doesn't feel fair, believe me. I spent most of my youth being angry at my country for taking my daddy away. It wasn't fair, but then what the hell is? We only got the power to do what we can today. Ain't no universe bending to our will, no matter how passionate we are.
But if we could only do away with religion, things would be so much better. On the atheism said it, we know that there could be a new enlightenment.
Oh boy, Reza, do you know who Raziel is?
No.
Never mind. Let me tell you straight up, this internet thing might be influencing your opinions a little too much. You want my advice? Go on a date with Momo. Don't talk about no revolution or religion, just enjoy each other's company. There's a reason you liked each other in the first place, right?
I guess so.
So go appreciate each other. You're in a long-term relationship, amigo. And now that you're dead, long-term can mean a real long time. Appreciating each other is crucial when a long-term relationship could mean hundreds of years.
Okay, you're right. A date sounds nice. Maybe we can go out for Persian. There is a club in Paris where they sometimes play Persian disco, and everyone puts very nice cologne on their necks.
Well, that don't sound too tasty to me, but then to each their own. I'll see you and Momo next month then, okay?
Okay. Well, thank you. You're a very nice man.
I'm just folks, as I like to say. You take care of yourself, Reza. Give yourself a break.
Thank you, Mr. Waltz. Khodafez.
Oh, yeah, good office to you too.
Well done, my friend. The fire of youth burns brightly, does it not?
Oh, no kidding. I still remember what it was like being all piss and vinegar.
I have not heard this phrase, but the combination does sound unpalatable. Still, I am grateful for young vampires like yourself. We old ones can easily become complacent without a little nudge.
You hear that, Chief?
It has been most persistent these nights. The musical mystery deepens. Are you going to play detective tonight?
I was thinking about it. Might need to moonlight as a detective if being a therapist doesn't pay the bills.
Oh, Samuel, you live forever. You should put your money in CDs and wait.
CDs? I've already got wax cylinders back home. They're probably worth something.
We must have a talk about financial literacy sometime soon.
All right, all right. Well, I'm gonna get to my walk then.
You done yet, Sugar Blood?
I'm eager for our evening to begin.
Yes, dear ones. Samuel and I were just wrapping up.
Andy, are you hooking up with both these fine ladies?
Excuse me, cowboy. These two are my dinner tonight.
Gosh, I see you're living like a true vampire already.
Are you seeing anyone, vampire?
Well, no.
Now, do not pressure our beloved cowboy. When he is ready for love again, he will know. Samuel, I wish you a fine evening. I trust you will know how to make the most of your opportunities.
I probably don't need to tell you three to have a good night, but I will anyway. Good night, y'all.
See ya, cowboy.
All right, I'm feeling good tonight. Think I can find one of them bot kids. I'll head down to the square. Tarnation, folks here can't seem to get enough of back. I don't really get it. Sounds like a bunch of doodly-doodly-doo to me.
Hey, you're talking about Johann Sebastian Bach.
Oh, shucks. Seems I can't sneeze in the old man's direction without getting the third degree.
Rightfully so. Technically speaking, he's the greatest composer who ever lived.
Well, what about not technically?
I guess there's subjective taste, but you can't listen to his violin partita number 2 in D minor, BWV 1004 if you like, and think that he's anything less than brilliant.
Afraid I ain't never heard it.
Oh, but you must! He was a master of compound melody. Just think of it, perfectly weaving back and forth between different implied melodies. His use of imitation is absolutely astounding.
Excuse me, ma'am. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I have no earthly clue what you're talking about.
Sorry, I can get a little excited about Bach. He's just so cool.
And I thought German was hard to understand. Sorry, I haven't gotten your name. I'm Sam.
How do you do, Sam? I'm Johanna.
How do you do? I ain't heard people say that in scores of years.
Why ever not, I wonder? It's a perfectly decent way to introduce oneself.
Huh. I ain't heard anyone say why ever or oneself in a long time. Could this be one of my kin? Well, maybe I can suss her out. Sure is some fine music they're playing tonight. Reminds me of a poem from back home. You hidden orchestras, you serenades of phantoms with illustrations alert, blending with nature's rhythms, all the tongues of nations.
That's Walt Whitman. Oh, to finally meet someone with an appreciation of old things.
I am that if I'm anything. Well, dang, that settles it. And she's got a smile sweeter than honey fresh from the comb. Reminds me of a lady I had a crush on back when I was alive. Sweet Essie May. I never had the guts to ask her out.
Sam? Are you well?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I'm a fit as a fiddle.
Perhaps a fiddle that needs a tuning?
Don't we all? Dang, witty too. Wonder if she's from my time. Say, I've got a question for you.
Oh, what is it?
Where's awkwardly? Awkwardly ask her out? I bet if you choose any of these, it's all going to be awkward anyways.
So, I was thinking...
Yes?
Well, Dang it, I forgot how to do this. You know a lot about Bach. What do you know about where his kids ended up?
What a bizarre question. I'm afraid I don't know. I suppose I would check the local graveyard.
Oh, right. Yeah, thanks.
You're interested in Bach's children, but not Bach himself?
Well, yeah, I got my reasons.
You're a strange man, Sam. But you must get properly introduced to Johann Sebastian Bach. I'm going to perform his sonata in B minor soon at the Marktplatz. Would you like to join me?
That sounds mighty fine, Joanna. Mighty fine indeed.
The night awaits then. Come on, cowboy friend.
I don't know how I feel about
And once again, the master therapist enters his domain. How are you this evening, Samuel?
I'm no master. I feel like you're assuming she's a vampire. There's nothing.
Fit as a fiddle and ready to get back to therapizing. I've got both them boys coming back in.
Yes, I am curious to see how you handle Momo and Reza. Now that you've gotten to know them, what do you think is their biggest challenge?
Well, let me think.
Them boys need Jesus. They don't have enough.
It sounds like Reza's too busy with his revolution and leaves messes around the castle. Cleaning up ain't too hard.
Domestic duties are certainly important. Crimson is always pleased that I never leave the toilet seat up, but of course, I do not use a toilet. These issues may seem small, but often they are symptoms of a greater relationship strain. After all, Momo once did not mind Reza's cleanliness issues, correct?
They don't respect each other. Momo thinks Reza's wasting his own life, and Reza thinks the same thing about Momo.
Yes, I fear this is the root of their problem as well. A relationship without respect cannot be healthy.
Shoot, I reckon that too. It's hard staying optimistic for them.
Do not abandon hope for them, my friend. Perhaps this respect still exists, but it is buried beneath recent hurts. I trust you will do the best you can. But hark, the time of the appointment nears. Choose your distortions.
Locked and loaded.
Very good, Samuel. With your gun of truth, may you blow cognitive distortions into a fine red mist.
You're making fun of me.
You practically begged me to, my friend. I will leave you to your clients.
All right, let's see if I can't help these two boys.
Bonsoir, mon ami.
Salam. Well, bonsoir and salam to you gents. It's good to see you both together again. I've gotten the chance to talk to you both on your own, and I've got a better sense of where you're coming from. It's clear that you two have a lot in common. That probably helped you bond in the first place. Now, let's see if we can find it again. What do you think?
I find this most agreeable. I am eager to have an happy castle again.
Okay, I will try it.
Good. Let's start with some positives so we can remember why we're here. Momo, why don't you tell Reza something you appreciate about him?
Very well. Reza, I love your eyes and your ass. If anything could convince me of God's existence, it might be that ass.
That ain't exactly the kind of appreciation I was looking for. What about Reza as a person do you appreciate?
Yes, well, Reza, you are such a passionate damn soul. You are all fire inside.
Meaning you think I am all passion and no thought?
Whoa there, Reza. When did Momo say that, huh?
That's what he meant. He thinks I'm impetuous.
I thought dead people didn't get earwax, but maybe I ought to check, because I didn't hear him say that at all. You want to try responding to what Momo actually said? Because that's all he's giving you to work with right now, hombre. Momo just said he appreciates your fiery spirit. What do you say to that?
Yes, sorry. Momo, thank you. I appreciate your words.
Well, that's much better. Now, why don't you tell Momo something you appreciate about him?
Momo, you are so smart. You have taught me so much about life and death. I don't know why you would be interested in me.
Oh, merci, mon poussin. I am glad you appreciate my intelligence. I hope you understand that when I advise you, it is not to control you. I am simply right, through ages of experience.
Momo, buddy, you said you know about cognitive distortions, right? So you must know you're being always right now. You might have a lot of experience, but even though you're a 200-some-year-old vampire, you're still human. There's a heck of a lot you don't know. And even if you did know everything, not all that advice would be right for Rizza.
Almost like he's a different person.
Am I being lectured by a cowboy who is younger than I am?
Yeah.
Yep, you sure are. And if you're the man of reason you say you are, you'll hear me out. I ain't all-knowing, but you ain't either.
Oh, very well, of course. I have learned much, but there is much to learn yet.
You see how he tries to act like my baba? Maybe I don't want to be told what to do all the time.
Do you hear what Reza's saying there, Momo?
I'm not telling him what to do. It's up to him whether he'd like to listen to me or not. I'm not forcing him to do anything. The only thing I am telling him to do is to clean up after himself a little if we are going to live together. Do you know he leaves blood-soaked clothes on the floor? Blood glasses left in his coffin? It coagulates overnight. Absolutely disgusting. He's leaving bloody messes because he knows it will irritate me.
Hombre, do you really think that Reza is leaving messes just to irritate you?
Ouais. He is trying to make a statement that I am too fastidious.
So what you're saying is Reza carefully puts his bloody stuff everywhere so you can find it. It's all a plot just to drive you up the wall. When he leaves a bloody shirt on the floor, he's thinking, gee, I bet if I leave this out long enough, it'll attract flies. That'll really get to Momo.
You are making fun of me.
I'm exaggerating a little so you can question the way you're thinking. Reza might care less than you do, but that ain't the same as targeting you.
I always clean up eventually. I don't know why a few bloody shirts has to be more important than, I don't know, the ancient war on the lower classes.
Ugh, there he goes again. Anytime he doesn't want to do anything, it's the Great Class War. The Great Class War cannot end, so what a splendid excuse to never clean up. This is why I told him to move to the opposite end of the castle.
Okay, you two, let's turn down the heat a little. Don't want to start decomposing here. Momo, why don't you try telling Reza why it bothers you when he leaves his bloody things around?
Very well. Reza, when you leave your bloody messes everywhere, it makes me feel you don't respect me. You know I care for aesthetics.
Reza, you want to reflect that back to Momo?
You're saying that I don't respect your love for aesthetics by leaving very small messes.
That wasn't exactly what he said, but let's accept that. The reason I asked you to repeat back what he said is so you keep in mind what you know, not what you think you know. Now, hearing what Momo has to say, do you think you could make an adjustment to consider how he feels?
So now I have to be cleaning all the time. What about my needs?
A little cleaning does not make one solely a
So now I have to be cleaning all the time. What about my needs?
A little cleaning does not make one solely a
So now I have to be...
Reza, amigo, there's space between being a full-time janitor and being careless. You're posing extremes nobody asked you to go to.
He would be a lot happier if I spent all my time cleaning.
Momo, is that true?
Yes, I entered a relationship with a vampire because I wanted to make him clean up around the castle. A natural choice.
Momo here told you he doesn't feel respected when you don't clean up after yourself. It's up to you to decide how you're going to respond to that.
I understand that it bothers him. But what I don't understand is why he cares.
Mon cœur, you were the one who said our blood bags should not have to clean up anymore. You said we were oppressing them.
We were oppressing them. We were in a position of power over them and used that power to make them do things for us. That is the definition of oppression.
And now we must clean up after ourselves. I do not see why this is so difficult to understand.
Of course, I never understand anything. I'm just a bache who poops and...
Reza, compadre, nobody is giving you that label but you, over and over again. When did Momo say you were a bache? When did Momo say you don't understand anything?
He didn't. He just treats me like it because I haven't lived for 400,000 years like you old vampires.
I'm not gonna say it.
You know he's so old-fashioned he doesn't even like Gugush?
What's Gugush?
She is like the Persian beaches.
You have no idea what you're talking about!
You have such a short fuse, mon sang de feu. Why are you so angry?
You are the reason I am angry! Anger is a reaction to injustice, and my anger tells me that you are looking down on me!
Reza, buddy, you're letting your emotions create a reality that ain't there. We're here in this room because we want things to get better, ain't that so? If Momo just wanted someone to feel superior to, there's plenty of mortals out there who would love to be taken in by a vampire.
Well, maybe he would be happier with a teenage mortal girl.
Whew, dang, Rizza's pretty steamed. I ain't sure this session is going to a good place. What can I do?
Treat him like a horse.
Rizza, nobody's here to hurt you. You're a good vampire. Ain't nobody doubting that. And it's okay to be angry.
Of course it is! I'm just trying to do something good in this world!
We know you are. You're all right. You fight hard. That's a good thing. But we're here because we care about you.
I'm so angry all the time!
I've been that way too. But you're among friends. So go ahead, be angry.
I'm just so tired! I'm tired of fighting! I'm tired of feeling like a useless piece of shit!
My sweet, you are not a piece of shit. I love you.
Oh, let's just take a minute.
My eyes hurt.
I know, amigo. Crying ain't fun for us vampires. But sometimes we gotta let it out.
You must think I'm not a man at all, Sam Walls.
Reza, don't go reading my mind. I don't think that at all. A real man ain't scared to feel his feelings. That's all you're doing here.
He speaks the truth, mon cœur. I told you so often that I love your passion.
I guess so.
I know so. You are a man, and you are a splendid man.
Do you think we can keep talking, Reza? Would you like to stop for tonight?
No, it's all right. We can talk. I'm such a fuck-up. I try to help my people, but I can't do anything.
Poor Reza sounds devastated, but his devastation...
I'm such a fuck-up. I try to help my people, but I can't do anything. I can't be a good revolutionary, and I can't be a good part.
Reza, let's be real for a sec. What are you supposed to do as a revolutionary? You can't control a revolution. You both are living proof of that. Well, not exactly living, but you know what I mean.
Look what they did to me.
I know, they did the same thing to me.
People are gonna do what they're gonna do. You can lead a horse to water, but there's no way you can make him drink. But you got that horse in front of that water, and that counts for something. Compadre, I'm asking you for a little self-compassion. You done a lot for your cause. Hell, you died for it. You gotta realize that you're good enough.
But it's not fair. I gave my life for a cause and I get nothing for it. But these religious zealots give nothing and win the country.
I know, it ain't fair. we gotta accept that wanting fairness ain't gonna make it happen. That might seem dark, but it's a truth we gotta roll with. You're gonna resent the whole world if you're keeping some kind of cosmic score.
I know, I do. That's why I don't believe in God. Why would I?
Yet you still hope the invisible hand of fairness is gonna make things right. The truth is that life is complicated. There's good and bad all mixed up in a big old pot of humanity, and we'll take the goodness where we can get it. You've been doing your part for your people, Reza. You deserve to care about yourself, and you deserve to care about this relationship.
I guess so. But it is so hard when everything that's wrong with the relationship is my fault.
Thing is, relationship problems are almost never one person's fault. Momo, I think you've got some work to do too.
Moi? Mon ami, I am 250 years old. I have sorted out my issues. I have accepted the world as it is and now live peaceably within it.
Well, thing is, the world's always changing and we gotta evolve with it, especially when we're sharing our lives with someone else.
I have to say, for such an old vampire, you think very much like a mortal. Humanity struggles because they cannot reason. They cannot find their own purpose. Even when they reject the gods, they create new ones.
Momo may be much older than Reza, but he's...
Where are you getting this, Momo? I know you've been dead for a long time, but you can't know how all mortals think. They find purpose all the time. Sometimes it's through the gods, and sometimes it ain't. But when you overgeneralize like that, you ain't just judging mortals, you're judging our own humanity. And I think that's what Reza's feeling when you make light of his passions.
That is not my intention. I wish to set him free, that's all. To think with his head, then with his heart.
But you can't do that, amigo. That's Reza's choice. Compadre, let me shoot straight with you. You had this whole cult of reason thing you said, right? Ain't that just turning reason into a religion?
It is.
No, I'm mocking religion.
And you've ridden on a pretty high horse with that mockery. Some people might even say that you're making absence of faith into a faith. Any chance that superiority gets in the way of setting people free?
I merely wish to help humanity stand up for itself. They should know better than to follow religious leaders.
Maybe you'd win more hearts and minds if you just lived your truth. And maybe you wouldn't make Reza here feel so bad for having his own faith that he can do something good in the world.
Well played, American. You are wiser than you look.
Ain't the first time I've heard that.
Very well. Reza, I apologize. I have been dismissive of you, even of the things I admire about you, and I am sorry for it.
Thank you. I just want you to notice the good things about me, not just my messes.
I do sound sucré.
I think we're finally getting to a good place. Maybe we can make some compromises here, huh? Momo, maybe you can let Reza work on his passions. And Reza, maybe you can agree to clean up some more around the castle. Or you can start paying your familiars to do it.
I guess our relationship is doomed if I don't clean up.
Hermano, I know you're a man of extremes, but maybe this is something we can work on. Maybe we can get you to see less doom everywhere. If everything's a matter of unlife and undeath, the stakes are gonna hit you right in the heart. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, one will kill the other.
Yes, I guess so.
I know it's tough to be on edge all the time. I needed a 90-year walk to cool down. Hopefully you ain't gonna need that.
We will work on things together, my sweet. I will be patient with you if you are patient with me.
I can do that. I still want to be with you.
I'm glad to hear it. You two have got all the time in the world to work stuff out. We're gonna see some messy times, but we gotta go with the flow and give each other and ourselves a little grace. Think we can do that?
I will try.
I will as well. I don't need Reza continuing to think I am an ancient know-it-all of a man.
I admit, I think Momo is a know-it-all, but you only know that because I have told you so.
Okay, that one was worth the mistake.
I will as well. I don't need Reza continuing to think I am...
And we're not gonna read each other's minds, or we're gonna try not to, right? Whatever Reza thinks of you, he's gonna tell you and not stew on it. Ain't that so, partner?
Yes, you are an ancient know-it-all man, Momo.
I know I can be quite a pompous bourgeois bastard. No wonder they cut my head off.
Well, let's go easy on the labels, too. So, how are we feeling now?
I think we're gonna be okay.
Yes, I think so, too.
I'm glad to hear it. Let's check in next month. We'll try out some of these new listening and compassion skills we're learning and see how it goes.
You're a good man.
I'm good and bad, just like any other human. All right, you two, fly home safe.
Au revoir, cowboy copain.
My goodness, that was intense, wasn't it?
Kinda.
Sure as hell was. I feel like I've gotten stuck in a tanning bed. How do you think they're doing, boss?
We can never know, can we? All I know is that you did excellent work, my dear. You are quite the teacher of compassion. Our kind have much to learn from you.
Sure as heck wish there weren't so many who needed my help, but that's... In fact, I know there's someone out there in Leipzig who's crying out for help, and I'm gonna find him.
You know you don't have to, my friend. There are many in the club who would love to feel your fangs in their neck.
But they don't need me as much as this person does.
Very well, Samuel. Please do not burn yourself out, though. We are very sensitive to flame.
I know. I think some air will do me good anyway.
Then I wish you luck, my friend. Do enjoy the night air, and I will see you anon.
All right, Andy, you have a good night.
You too, my friend. Rest in peace.
That was a good night. Think them boys will be getting along a little better. Now I'm getting close to solving this bike mystery. I can feel it. I think tonight's the night I check out the graveyard. Oh, hey, Bert. What do you know about the local graveyards? Oh, yeah? Can you give me some directions? Uh-huh. And then? Actually, can you repeat all that? Oh, that way? Well, thanks, Bert. You have yourself a fine night.
Have fun, Mike.
Oof, dang. This place is a lot spookier than the graveyards back home.
I don't know about that. Definitely older, though.
Wouldn't want to be stuck in them tombs. Wonder how often vampires get locked away here. If there's a vampire hiding out here, I'll find him. Looks like someone's been here, that's for certain.
Do a vampire call? I just want to find out what this...
Boy, oh boy, what a beautiful night to wander a graveyard alone. Me walking around with my type O negative blood and my clean-shaven neck. Yep, a night walk's the perfect thing for a good circulation. Ooh, better not cut myself on something. The blood'll gush everywhere. Dang, nothing? Oh, dang it. Maybe there ain't no one here right now. Guess it was too much to hope that this backhasser would drop in my... Oh, well, guess I'll head back. Dun 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 dun.
Klappe halten, Schweinehund! Sind nicht seine verflixten Melodien!
Holy shit, who the heck are you?
Englisch! Raus hier, Englisch! Lass mich in Ruhe!
Look, hombre, I ain't here to hurt you.
Ich verstehe Ihre schmutzige Sprache nicht! Raus mit euch!
You're a Bach, ain't you? I'm here to help.
Bach? Ich? Wilhelm Friedemann Bach ist nicht ein Bach! Nein! Es gibt nur einen Bach. Keine Söhne, keine Töchter. Wir sind alle tot. Tot, hörst du?
I don't know what the heck he's saying, but I know there are some distortions in there. I'll try some of my old favorites.
Verstehst du denn nicht? Ich bin ein Nichts. Es gibt nur einen Bach und der ist tot.
I don't know what the heck you just said, but it sounded like a control fallacy to me.
Controller! Ich kontrolliere nichts. Nur der ewige Vater, der verdammte Vater kontrolliert.
Well, shucks, I guess that's what I get for giving therapy to someone who didn't ask for it. I don't think these distortions are gonna do the job. Only one thing I can do can help.
Lass mich Englisch. Das ist ein Friedhof.
There, you're scared. You're right to be scared. There's a lot to be afraid of, friend. But not me. I would never think of hurting you.
Was machst du denn?
You don't gotta be alone, amigo. I got you.
Nicht allein?
Phil, I don't know your language, but I know a man who does. You want to come with? We can get you some help.
Komm mit.
Well, dang, might have a few daymares after that. Oh, well, bedtime for Sam.
Good evening, my dear friend. I am looking forward to watching you work tonight.
I found the Bachhesser. Tracked him down to a big old cemetery where all the goth types annual go down. Turns out the Bachhesser is Wilhelm Freeman Bach, Johan's son. I guess right about the money. Well, right on the money about daddy issues. Fellow looked worse for the wear, smelled like Princess the one time she got into my baked beans. Andy's got him taken care of. Got him a nice bath, new clothes, and now he's actually a pretty fine looking gentleman. Reckon the goths here will be all over him once he gets his head straight. I really do like helping folk. I can't imagine stuff my gang would say about me now.
I'm glad I can provide a little entertainment for a 3,000-year-old. It might not be that amusing to watch, though. Momo and Reza seem to be a little bit more accepting of each other's differences.
I believe it is so, but our relationship is always work. If we are properly living, or unliving, our humanity only becomes more complex with age.
I gotta confess, I'm a little out of my element in that department. I haven't had a real relationship since I died.
I pity for the vampire dating world that you are not part of it. It is bad out there, Samuel.
Ads in 5 minutes.
Voice of experience, huh?
At my age, I am the voice of experience by default. I only hope to learn from those experiences. In truth, I prefer to date mortals. Vampires tend to live in the past, but mortals have no option but to live in the present.
Maybe I can ask you a few questions about it. I've been meaning to ask. You're a heck of a lot older than Crimson. Ain't that a little weird?
Wait.
Admittedly, yes. Crimson gets few of my references. She was not present for the end of antiquity, the classical world, the Dark Ages, feudalism, or imperialism.
Doesn't that create some problems? She's got a lot less experience than you do.
I cannot disrespect her for this. Her experience is unique to her, and that is what I try to appreciate. But I admit we are often frustrated with one another. She finds my resistance to technology difficult, but I was around for several industrial... She is impatient about the slow advancement of human rights, like Reza, but I value her fiery spirit. Even you, my friend, have juvenile impatience at your tender vampire age, but this is what makes both you and Crimson attractive.
You sure it just ain't the allure of young flesh?
Well, we are not supposed to say that part out loud. I suppose I seek to hold on to my youth and openness to the passage of time, just as Momo does.
Seems like our kind don't go in for monogamy much. Why is that?
Vampires are complex. We experience either a deep understanding or a deep rejection of our own humanity. It is highly unlikely that one person can fulfill all our needs. Crimson's younger partners provide her with something different from what an ancient vampire offers, and I feel no jealousy when she engages with them. And Crimson cannot fulfill certain desires of mine, not because of unwillingness, but because of simple biology and age. I will spare you the details.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. So everyone knows we vampires are horny bastards. How does that change in a vampire relationship?
We get kinkier and more experimental. Our disgust at the unconventional lessens with familiarity. A relationship can be a safe space for a vampire to explore.
Oh, shucks, I don't think there's much wrong with conventional sex.
Are you sure you must return to the United States, my friend? There is much to explore here.
Yeah, I think I'm good. Well, I think the best way for me to learn about vampire relationships is probably to be in one.
Are you looking for love, my friend?
Well, not looking exactly. But if a John Muir type lands in my lap, I ain't gonna turn him away.
Oh, Samuel, it has been more than 100 years since John Muir died.
Yeah, I know. I gotta move on. Like I said, I won't turn down an opportunity if it comes up.
I hope not, my friend. But hark, I believe I hear our couple approaching. Choose your distortions well.
That one for sure. That one for sure. Get faster. Oh, this one. Uh-oh. Ads in a few seconds. I'm going to go ahead and let Raina out. And then we'll be back after ads.
Nasty weather got you little monsters uptight. Make it a blockbuster night. Blockbuster has something for everyone. Even the fussiest little beasts settle down to enjoy Blockbuster. I just love a family night. If the weather's a fright, make it a Blockbuster night.
This Halloween, capture your ghosts and goblins on genuine Kodak film from Thrifty. Whether it's print, slide, or movie film, Kodak is the choice of professionals. Thrifty carries a full line of Kodak film, including C126-24 exposure, C110 and C135 24 exposure in regular and high-speed print film, KR135 36 exposure slide film, and Super 8 movie film. Remember, the sharper you want your memories, the more you need Kodak film and Thrifty.
Hey, pretty funny movie, huh? What are you, a nut? This is scary. Scary? This isn't scary. If you want horror, you gotta go with the classics. Dracula, Frankenstein, the Wolf Man. Ooh. Spooky, huh?
Oh, they're cool. I could send one to my mother.
You'd mail these? These are special edition. You're really starting to freak me out.
Special edition stamps now at the post office. Some stamps you just can't lick.
Konami's Castlevania The Adventure for Nintendo's Game Boy. In a maze of vampire crypts and unearthly evils, it is about to sink its fangs into you.
Give me something good to eat. Happy Halloween! Fox Kids invite you to celebrate with us Animaniacs as we host 3 days of kooky spooky fun. The snacks start Friday with the spectacular specials. Blue's Mystery Castle.
Then the fantastic fun continues with some all-new terrific Halloween adventures.
Excellent! It's Monstrous Mayhem Saturday morning. And a ghoulishly good time Halloween day. So don't be a Halloweenie. Watch Fox Kids Halloween starting Friday on Fox Kids.
I'm Eric Chilton at the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror, inviting you to a Scream Fest all Halloween week right here on the Disney Channel.
Catch the witching hour with Bette Midler and Sarah Jessica Parker in Hocus Pocus.
Trick or treat.
Go bobbing for geeks, goblins, and gremlins. And have a howling good time with Scooby-Doo.
Did he say oi?
Scare up a hair-raising Disney Halloween. Get a real charge from something wicked this way come. And go trick-or-treating with Frankenstein and me.
Okay, everybody who likes spooky movies say, excellent.
We dare you to watch tonight at 7, 6 Central on the Disney Channel.
Don't watch it alone.
This dryer at $249.99, both with permanent press cycles. An 18 cubic foot frostless refrigerator, $499.99. A 9 cubic foot freezer, chest or upright, $279.99. They're Kenmore, America's best sellers, at great savings this week only. So come get them before they disappear.
There's more for your life at Sears.
This part always chokes me up.
This Halloween, nothing sets the mood like a movie from Blockbuster.
You're getting my fur wet.
Sorry.
Make Halloween fun with one-stop shopping at Woolworth or Woolco for your Halloween needs. Costumes from $1.83 to $3.99, like $6 Million Man, Bionic Woman, superheroes, Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, and a new favorite for girls, Holly Hobby. You can get wrapped candies of every kind, bubblegum, lollipops, fun-sized candy bars. Get this Halloween record, sounds to make you shiver, just $1.89. Make Halloween fun and easy. Make just one stop at Woolworth or Woolco.
Chickadee, Halloween, give me something good to eat.
How about this for a treat? It's the Fox Kids Beetleborgs Halloween Bash Sweepstakes. You can win the biggest, baddest Halloween party ever with yours truly and the Beetleborgs. We'll bring plenty of munchies, cool music, spooky Halloween costumes, and loads of labyrinthine Beetleborgs prizes. You're also going trick-or-treating with me and the big, bad Beetleborgs. 500 other kids will win Beetleborgs action figures. Stand or get a postcard with your name and address by October 16th, too. Fox Kids Beetleborgs Halloween Bash, P.O. Box 1129, Los Angeles, 90078.
This Halloween, party with your favorite monsters during Halloween Horror Nights at Universal Studios, Florida. And right now, carve out savings of up to $16 off admission with this special coupon you'll find on 2 liters of Pepsi. For details, visit a Pepsi display near you. Halloween Horror Nights at Universal Studios. Hurry to Ticketmaster today for advance tickets, while you can still slash the price.
Guess what? You're invited to the Halloween party of the year. Miller Lite's big Halloween haunt.
Right, big man. 160 very lucky people will be flown to Universal Studios Hollywood.
Find this special can hidden in 12 packs and cases of Miller Lite. It's your invitation to go.
Oh, it's 45,000 of the prizes. Details from Miller Lite. It's gold.
Man, it's gonna be a scream.
I think you'll like this house.
Isn't this supposed to be haunted? Haunted? What an absurd idea.
So, I mean, what would a ghost be doing here? Haunted.
David?
No other diet soft drink delivers the real cola taste of 1-calorie Diet Coke. The real one. It's lifting more and more spirits every day.
Just for the taste of it.
The move is on to Diet Coke.
Diet Coke.
The Halloween event you must see.
Showtime.
The ultimate show.
Buffy, no!
For the ultimate scare. A Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I didn't leave that open.
You should be afraid to miss.
Goosebumps. Terror in the graveyard game. Goosebumps. Get through the graveyard alive or be changed into a monster. Goosebumps. Terror in the graveyard game. Collect bells. Avoid hidden traps. Find the magic ring. Defeat the headless ghost.
I win!
Goosebumps. Terror in the graveyard game.
Granola dip, 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 granola dip.
granola dips, a hauntingly wholesome Halloween treat. Chewy granola dip.
Got my tools ready. Time for some therapy.
Very good, Samuel. May your compassion and patience lead your clients to more contented nights.
I definitely did not remember I was muted.
Thanks, Andy. Evening, gentlemen. How we doing tonight? Ugh.
Salam, Mr. Waltz. I think I'm feeling good tonight.
Uh-oh.
I'm glad to hear that, Reza. You all right there, Momo?
No, I am not all right. And I believe I have you to blame for it.
Ah, so you are like Edmund.
Me? Well, what did I do?
You put all sorts of funny ideas into dear Reza's head. And now he has lost his mind thanks to you.
Reza's journey is his alone. You merely eased it.
You put all...
What I've been doing here is reflecting the things you two have been saying. You can lay blame on me, but that's ignoring what brought y'all here in the first place.
Let us review the order of events. Reza was a rational vampire. We came to therapy, now he is not. Who else am I supposed to blame?
He wasn't rational before, and that was the biggest issue.
Amiga, you came here for reasons I had nothing to do with. Well, maybe we better lay our cards on the table. What's been going on? Why do you think Riz has lost his mind?
Well, go ahead, Reza. Take your shirt off and show the man what you have done to yourself.
Well, all right.
Hey, that's a fine tattoo, friend. I ain't never been inked myself. A little afraid of needles. What's it mean?
They're koi fish. They go with the flow, but they don't stop being what they are.
Hey, I like that. That's a great perspective. You want to accept the world for what it is without compromising yourself.
Yes, that is why I incorporated my bullet holes. I died for my cause because I care about it, and I always will. I can still be myself and make an impact on the world without expecting to completely change it.
Well, dang, Reza. That's a beautiful way of looking at things.
Is it? You should hear the mail that comes from his beautiful mouth now. The world belongs to those who let go. He whose desires or few gets them. He whose desires or many goes astray. My dear Reza has fallen from reason and breathed the opiate of the masses, religion, into his dead lungs.
Why are you so angry? I finally listened to you, to both of you. I am learning to accept what I cannot change.
I am upset because I thought I was dating a freethinker like myself, not one who quotes from ancient books.
Well, what's he talking about, Reza? You find some kind of religion?
Well, yes. I think I have been looking for answers for a long time, and I started to find them in the Tao Te Ching.
Ugh, I thought you were an intelligent man, but here you are believing in yet another sky daddy that will only hurt you.
Reza is no different a man than he was when last you saw him.
Ugh, I thought you were an intelligent...
Reza is no...
Ugh, I thought you were...
Reza is no different a man...
Momo buddy, Reza here is looking more content, and he says he's feeling more content. Is finding some kind of faith only bad for him?
Yes! There is contentment in reason alone, because only reason is true.
Maybe that works for you, but it ain't gonna work for everyone. If belief gives Reza peace, why wouldn't you want that?
Ugh, that is the way a peasant thinks. Religion is used to keep your kind from rebelling against their lords.
Well, maybe it was sometimes, but it don't sound like religion was forced on Reza. What do you say, Reza?
I'm not even religious. I'm just trying to find my peace with the world and understand my place in it. Why is that bad? You were right, Momo. I was getting so angry about things I couldn't change. But I am still here. I'm still me. I still believe in the fight for freedom, but I need to accept my place in that fight.
You're not wrong about that, darling. But I cannot believe that you would turn your back on reason to do it.
Reason told me that the universe is wrong and broken. The Tao tells me that the universe simply is.
Do you hear him? He sounds like a monk. He has given up on being a part of the world and now lives outside it.
I have done no such thing. I am just trying to make peace with my place in the world.
And the way to do that is to become a sheeple?
Amigo, you slapped him with a label there. Is it fair to reduce Reza to a sheeple? Heck, does a sheeple even work? Sheeple should be more than one sheep person.
Okay, he is one of the sheeple. He has lost independent thought.
That's your take. But Reza doesn't sound like any zealot to me. And remember, you can't know his mind.
I understand now, I think. You don't respect people who don't think the way you do.
I don't respect people who spurn reason as the one true God.
Don't you understand? You are just as dogmatic as the ones who took over my country.
Yep.
You started the cult of reason for the sole purpose of mocking your fellow humans. I'm not surprised they cut off your head.
Oh, you like that I was beheaded, do you? Yes, they cut off my head because reason is the most terrifying thing in the world to the chained mind. And I would go through it again. In fact, I invite them to cut off my head again and again.
Why? What does it get you? Fine, you are smarter than everyone else. Now what? What does it make better? You think I am a fool. You disrespect me. You think I'm no different from a mullah or an inquisitor.
Oh, whoa, I'll stop you there, Reza. I know you're feeling judged, but you're mind reading here and going to extremes.
No, I'm afraid he isn't. It's true. I don't respect him, not anymore.
You serious? Reza finding a little piece has made you really see him differently?
It would be ridiculous for me to see him otherwise. I am a man of reason.
Then I feel sorry for you, Momo. You're an intelligent man. You have a deep understanding of the world, and that made you so attractive to me. But maybe you aren't curious about understanding other people. I think we both know this relationship has been over for a while.
I would have been content if you had simply adapted to the cold embrace of reason as I have. We could have enjoyed intellectual pursuits together for eternity.
I will only ever be me, Momo.
That is a shame. Very well, therapist. I hope you are happy. You've destroyed the relationship.
Hombre, I ain't here to save or destroy your relationship. I'm here to find reality, no matter what it is. Man of reason ought to appreciate that, right?
I suppose so. It seems that reality bites, with fangs sharper than my own.
That's it then. Maybe it is better that we find our own paths.
Perhaps my needs are better fulfilled elsewhere.
I mean, we don't have to end that part of our relationship.
Indeed, no. It would be a pity if I could not see that airy chest again.
You mean this one?
Yes, that one. Your animal side should still be intact, yes?
I am the same person, Momo.
Oh, well, then this is acceptable.
I will still move out. A castle is too much for me, but I think we can still have fun.
You two gonna be okay then?
I imagine so. I will be Momo, Reza will be Reza. Reason says it cannot be otherwise.
Well, I'm sorry we couldn't have a fairy tale ending here, but if we're not fighting reality, I think we're doing the prudent thing. If y'all need me, I'll be here for you.
Thank you. I think I would like a therapist.
I'll give you my Vmail address. Well, I guess we're done here, huh?
Yes. It is sad, but I am relieved.
That's just how life goes sometimes, ain't it? All right, you two, I'll let you get going then. I hope the new arrangement will be good for both of you.
Well, I suppose I'll still get what I want. Very well, therapist. Bonne nuit to you.
I mean, like, yeah, he needs a therapist, but that guy needs one more.
And Khodafez. An unexpected end to the evening, but perhaps the best one we could hope for. Reza seems to have found some measure of peace, and Momo is not ready to be flexible in his thinking yet. It is common among our kind.
So I'm discovering. I wish I could have helped them two find some kind of middle ground, though.
It isn't up to you, my dear. A couple is not a unit, but one and one. And who knows, perhaps in 1,000 years, Momo and Reza will be a wonderful couple.
Relationships ain't easy in life or death, I reckon. But this was probably a growing experience for both of them. Truth be told, even though it didn't work out, I'm a little envious.
It need not be so, Samuel. I am certain that there are many who would love to experience a passionate, compassionate cowboy.
Oh, shucks, boss. If it happens, it happens. I ain't in no rush.
Then I hope you will be caught by surprise, my dear. Well, I will leave you to it. Tonight is the last night of Bachfest. I hope you will go out and enjoy the music.
I will. Now that Wilhelm's in good hands, I can relax and enjoy it.
Do so, my friend. Your evening off is well earned. Rest in peace.
Well, I was hopeful for them two fellas, but I think Rez has just outgrown Momo. Love ain't easy for us immortals, but I gotta hope.
I mean, it's not easy, period.
What do you think, Johan? Think there's any hope for us old folks?
Talking to dead men again?
Joanna, hey! I was hoping I'd see you again tonight. That was some mighty fine flute playing you did the other night.
Thank you, Sam. You're an old soul, I think. I wasn't surprised you liked Bach.
Well, the man certainly had a gift.
Did you end up finding his children?
Yeah, I did actually. I think they're in a better place now.
Being dead is in a better place?
Oh, it ain't so bad. You get used to it after a while, right?
You're a very odd duck. Has anyone ever told you that?
I don't think so, but I like the sound of it.
Then you are a very odd duck, Sam.
You gotta tell me something, though. How do you play the flute like that with fangs?
Fangs? You don't know how to play the flute at all, do you, Sam? You just bring the head to your lips, loosen your jaw, and blow. Would you like me to teach you how to play Bach, Sam?
Oh, very much, ma'am. Very much. I'm afraid I'm heading back to the States soon, though.
So am I. But we don't need to worry about that right now. Bach will play all night. What do you say, partner?
You got a point. We don't control the future. All we got is now.
So what should we do with now?
There's something I love doing more than anything. Something I usually do alone, but right now, I'd love to have you join me.
Watch television?
Oh, what's that, Sam?
Joanna, I'd be honored if you'd take a walk with me.
Why, I'd be tickled pink, sir.
Oh, isn't that cute? Well, that was a decent story. Hopefully they're gonna make more, because it's lots of fun. And I wasn't expecting the whole Bach thing. Sure, probably. That was great. I'm gonna miss that game. I really do hope that updating it. Although I feel like some of the DLC and stuff was rushed because the mics weren't even. Sound-wise, I mean, like, they could have adjusted it so that it kind of sounded the same. Volume-wise. And there was a couple of times where, like, somebody was talking, but, like, the words weren't matching up. So. But it was good. I liked it. I like that game a lot. It's loads of fun. The let's hop into. Or I could call it, and then we could hang out on Wednesday and play some more of the games. Hopefully some more games come out. Alright. Steam Couch Co-op Fest? FRPG. Medieval Dynasty apparently is a couch co-op. I didn't know that. Arc. Maybe I will talk to you about playing Bolt. American Truck Simulator. I'm honestly kind of waiting for the new Dynasty Warriors to go on sale, like on sale, not just kind of sort of on sale. I want to play that. It seems good, but I want to pay full price. I don't think it's worth the price. They added Star Wars to Brawlhalla. A lot of pretty good games. Project Zomboid is really good. Ark is okay. Still got mixed reviews, so I'd ever play it. Door Knockers. Cult of the Lamb is great. Vampire Survivors was okay. I didn't like it as much as I thought I would. Castle Crashers. Combat 11. Sometimes you just gotta let an IP die. Let it die. A Hat in Time. Oh, it's a platformer? No thanks. Ultimate Chick. I could never. Obstacle courses? No thanks. I did hear that, what was that? Is it Party Animals? That has a, Among Us version? You can't hear. Okay.
In a world where trust is a luxury and betrayal lurks in every shadow, everyone has a secret. Everyone has a story. But not everyone's telling the truth.
Yeah.
Let me introduce you to the game of Crisis. A game of deception, deduction, and decisions. Someone in this room is a killer. Maybe it's your partner. Maybe it's your best friend. Or maybe it's you. The clock is ticking. The final destination draws near. But to what end? To raging fires, to alien bugs that love to cuddle, to two identical dogs staring at you from the darkness. Is the safe harbor even real? Or just another illusion in the game? And when the time comes, make the right call, or else. Will you solve the mystery, or become the next victim? Crisis, where every move counts, and every vote could be your last.
Oh, and now they have racing for it too. Interesting. This game has always looked fun. I might get it eventually. And you can be a gummy bear. There's board games? What? So they're taking like the... I wonder if they're taking the Fortnite out. Where like they've got the base game, but they're adding like modes to. Is the deluxe version? Add it to my wish list as a maybe. There's so many games that are like that anymore. I haven't played any of except for actually Among Us because and Dale and Dawson. Because I don't exactly have people to play with. Unrailed. Yeah. Ship of Fools. Ship of Fools.
Our tale begins with the heaviest storm. The fools be on our shore. They wake beneath the great lighthouse of yore, built thousands of years before. I sent them to see how they fare. Storms stride lighting the way. With only each other to stand by their sides, they kept foes at bay, at least for today. With danger approaching, they try and they try. The aquapocalypse ever raging topside. While relics of sirens they pull from the depths, unaware that their quest might lead them to their death. Our tale began with the heaviest storm. Now I'm afraid how it ends. Believe me, I've seen it before. The darkness that lurks in the eye of the storm. The darkness that lurks in the darkness that lurks in the eye. I guess we'll find out who's the greatest of fools.
Interesting. Oh, this is where like you have to perform duties, but each thing is like a separate button. Ready. Interesting. I wonder what changed to make the views just very positive. There's a cleanup DLC, which is I guess is what we just watched. This was the original trailer, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, you went over that. Interesting. The amount of coordination and stuff you would need for this I think I would get too frustrated. Yeah, I don't think that game for me. Oh yeah, keep. I forgot that game exists. Maybe I should pick up Worms. I always like these kind of games. My dad and I would sit and play these games on DOS for hours. Like literal hours. It'd just be the two of us going against each other. Oh, Jackbox Park. Oh, I forgot they had a Magica too. Will announce. Okay. Oh, that's definitely not what I thought it was. Survey scramble? What the heck?
This is you. And this is everyone else.
Oh.
All of us have opinions, both big and small. Opinions on important issues like what is the ideal snack? What's the ideal age? And even questions like what would you yell at a soccer player to distract them?
Wait. Is this something like what the silly pixel thing that Reddit does? Where you have a bunch of people who have to work together to make a thing? But like gamified for people?
In this sea of opinions, where do you fit in? Welcome to the Jackbox Survey Scramble, a game that is constantly updating with an ever-growing database of answers from players around the world, including yours. A game with multiple ways to play. A game where every opinion matters, even the weird ones. The Jackbox Survey Scramble. Discover your fellow human. Discover yourself.
Ah, that looked really interesting. I might get that. Actually. What do the reviews say? Someone who's had a fair share of hit or misses Jackbox game past, where it felt like you needed to play with a tight group of friends to win certain games because inside jokes and whatnot. This game doesn't make me feel like doesn't feel like that, and I admire that. Shut up!
This is
Shut up! Alright. Where was I? With other Jackbox games, there's usually one or two games I actually see myself playing and never touch the others. Hence why I don't own any of them personally. But with this one, all these games are a ton of fun. The concept of this game is very cool. I love how in the lobby players are able to answer survey questions that are used to curate the game themes and answers. My friends and I were obsessed with the game squares. 10 out of 10, highly recommend. Is it fun? Yes. Is it $10 fun? Maybe for some, but for me personally, if I could go back in time and wait for a sale, I would. You mean like the sale that is currently going on right now? Specifically this sale? If it's worth $10 of fun, then you got your dollar's worth, right? I don't know. I'm a teacher at an alternative high school. I've been a longtime Jackbox fan, as this is one of the only games that I can use in the classroom setting. Lets kids join on their mobile devices. Code. Students constantly request to play the game. Since it's almost always a weird fun time. I don't know if this is possible, but I would love if you'd be able to develop a database of words related to school subjects, so we could use this as a review tool. That's actually pretty smart. I could see that. Granted, I don't know what the game exactly does, but maybe I could get the gang together and play it. Arguably one of the best Jackbox games to be released in the last couple of years. A lot of variation, debate, and screaming at the community-driven answers, along with the interesting topic to friends, huh? Who has friends? Much better than the recent Jackbox games and worth the price. 7 out of 10. What did the negative review? Sure, let's look at the funny ones. Too repetitive. Answers are too American. Okay. Spent an hour on it. It's good for what it is. Blah, blah. Don't recommend. Way too family friendly. Okay. Is it fun? Oh yeah, questionable lower back tattoos, desirable pocket contents, childhood toys, and soap operas. Be sure to listen to the credit song. It's a certified banger. I have to remember. Full of woke bias censorship. For example, in an 8-player game, it asked us for red flags and dating profiles. Easy. I entered obvious stuff like pronouns, ugly, etc. And it would say not in this list and blocked it. Yeah, other words would say new word submitted, and once it showed conservative Trump in the results, we knew. Pretty funny, typical. Keep screwing yourselves. Oh, okay. Sure. I mean, you played for what, 20 minutes? 30 minutes? Oh no. I can't believe I'm saying this, but me and 8 other friends played just one round of the tour mode and unanimously disliked every game. I uninstalled and refunded within half an hour. I'd balance out some of the stations word warning and not recommended. I've played a lot of Jackbox games. The best ones are the ones that bring people together, usually with laughter. Scramble misses the mark. Most game modes play pretty serious and intense effort to think on your own. Added to that, it's not really much fun. Unexpected shenanigans. If it's not on the list already, it just appears without a note, which removes quite a bit of the funnies. Okay. Not fun because my idiot friends don't understand any of these games. That's Jackbox's fault. Get better friends. It sucks. The Pong game is bad. Family Feud one, the only okay one, but it allows people to steal your answers. Like, what the heck? Hold on. But doesn't Family Feud kind of let you do that too? So, like, I don't know what you were expecting. I like the idea of the game. It's like Family Feud, but the execution isn't great. There needs to be a lot of filtering out answers and more people playing fill in the surveys to make the game work. For example, we had different answers with kids, children. One was way higher than the other. Same as teleporting. One answer was literally first when the other was 20 plus. Oh, I don't get any of that. Okay, well, maybe I'll get that and get all the game together. As if that will ever happen. Definitely not something that's going to happen anytime soon, to be honest. Other stuffs. No, I want to go back to the store thing. No. Here we go. This is it. Super Bunny Man? Oh, I remember people talking about this one. Came out a year and a half ago. Bulls of Ether. Oh yeah, that. Honestly, moving out. I always did like Clue. Yeah, this is like the mobile one, right? This is just basically like a mobile port. I'd buy that. $21. Literally half off. Deluxe edition. All of them. For 62, I could just get a bunch of the different ones and then never play them. Because none of my friends want to play them. Go away. Mostly negative. Wow. Oh yeah, 5D chest. I could never. I tried to watch somebody explaining that one, and I couldn't even finish it. Shush. I know it's time to take my meds. Death Road to Canada. This might be interesting to play with people. But it's local co-op, right? Yeah. I don't have anybody local to play. Shared screen splits. Oh, but it also has remote play. Maybe that would work. And it's starting to just get at, like, Firewatch was... I liked it. Pirates of the Caribbean Lego Edition. Interesting. Oh, it's a versus?
Yalla, Habibi. Let's get swapping.
It's a kissy time. Oh my gosh. I think I saw Mutual play this, but I didn't get to stay to watch your... Maybe I'll try that out. Alright. Fred and Fred. Move or die. Oh, well, sure. That doesn't tell me anything. Nothing about it. Samurai Warrior? Maybe someday I'll try the Waltz Wizard, but I'm pretty sure you have to have VR for that. But it looks loads of fun. What's this? Oh, yeah, that's the rhythm game.
This is Ragnarok. Get ready for amazing multiplayer races through Norse mythology.
Cross-platform.
Epic music. Lead your crew to victory and become the fastest captain ever. Collect all the medals and carve your name on top of the leaderboard.
Oh, the medals.
Challenge fierce opponents on a track list of more than 40 epic songs, ranging from Celtic rock to Viking.
Oh, I saw Electric Callboy.
Still not enough? Well, there's more. DLCs, including exclusive content, are already available.
DLC.
Get them to play new songs from famous bands such as The Offspring.
Oh man.
Dragon Force. Glory Hammer. Or Sabaton. Personalize your gear and your look to become the Viking you want to be. Custom songs are also supported for hours and hours of fun.
Neat.
Embark on the journey and join
I didn't realize that they had pushed this game so far.
today on PC and in virtual reality.
My favorite part of this is the fact that you can like literally boat race. Like, yeah, Fortnite has their big stage competitions, but this just feels more epic. I also may be a little biased because I like the whole iconography. You look at that. I like sea-themed stuff. Okay. What else they got? Code? Oh, puzzle game? No thanks. I still can't believe that Nickelodeon actually came out with a Brawl game, let alone 2. Seems weird. Oh yeah, I should probably get this. Right? Yeah. I mean, like, it's the same as the other 2 kingdoms, but Battletoads? Doomsday Paradise. Oh, okay. Arcade Paradise. What? Wait, what? Oh wait, is this where like you build an arcade? I see that. Yeah. Wait, are you turning a laundromat into like a laundromat arcade, or is that what's going on here? I don't know what it looks like. 75% of 12 user reviews in the last 30 days are positive. Alright.
Why did I ever think you deserved a single iota of trust? All this time.
Sorry about the ads, I didn't catch it in time. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I caught it in time. Huh. Manage profits, pick up gum, do laundry, get coin, Unlock arcade units and flip the family laundromat business to become an arcade paradise. Firstly, then let's go to the reviews, because Boring Buggy Mess, February 5th. Unskippable cutscenes, maximum of 60 frame of view. Great game that is easy to pick up, put down. What? What the? Dude, I said mute. I meant mute. Really write reviews about games, but when I do, it's because undeniably... 40 hours on view, but like... glowing review? I don't know about that. Give me somebody who has way more hours than that. Maybe. Came out when? When was the last time it got updated? May of a year and a half ago, basically. They're not doing any more updates on this in all terms and purposes. So maybe not. Probably not. I think that's most of the stuff. Everything else is just regurgitation. I didn't really see a whole lot other than that Jackbox game. Yeah. I think it's about that time. Yeah. Oh, I went like a half an hour over, basically. Alright, thanks for joining. I do appreciate everyone showing. I do have a Discord if you are interested. I will post it in a second. It's a very, very super basic one. It's not got a whole lot of people on it, so it's whatever. But I kind of try and post updates if I'm not going to be on. Join, don't join, that's up to you. I will be on Wednesday at the usual time to 2 p.m. PST. I don't know what we're going to play, but I'm going to try and get everybody together for something. So we'll see. It may end up just being like a League of Legends night. If I can manage that. Anyway, thanks for joining. Please get into shenanigans so that I can live vicariously through you. Just don't record it. I don't want photo evidence.